Welcome. After 23 episodes, 66 hours of footage, and over 100 days survived in-game, we have finally concluded the saga of Jules Wade. This is the complete story of the second season of the Random Survivor series, but it is not required to have seen the season prior, though you might miss out if you choose to skip the saga of Jamie Nichols. Without further ado, enjoy the story, and thank you for watching. Jules Wade was a librarian before the outbreak that was lucky enough to attach himself to a group of survivors that had taken shelter in the country club south of Riverside. After internal strife caused a horde of undead to overwhelm their home, Jules finds himself injured and on the run, having sustained a stab wound to his arm and scratches on both his hand and shin. Able to catch his breath at a nearby service center, he knows that his time of relying on others is past, and now only his wits and will to survive will keep him alive. Searching the nearby buildings, he scrapes together some basic tools which he stores in the trunk of the Jeep he has discovered the key to. While preparing what he assumed was his ticket out of here, the first stray undead stumbles from the fog and forces Jules to fight in his injured state, sending shooting stabs of pain up his arm until he resorts to stomping the undead's face. Finding his ride out of gas and the bandage on his forearm already soiled with blood of the undead, Jules knows that he must strike out into the country club in search of fuel and food. Only making it a short way down the road before his injured leg ached and the light began to fade, Jules decides it's smarter to hold up in his temporary home so he wasn't stumbling around in the dark. On his way back, Jules' worst fears are realized as he spots shambling silhouettes moving through the distant fog, streaming from the north and signaling the migration of the deadly horde. Witnessing the same horrors that had ended his group, Jules is faced with an endless stream of undead rolling through the trees like a wave of relentless death. In his current state, fighting even one of these zombies was a monumental task, but now drowsiness and pain made it a near impossibility. Forced to run and ignoring the agony building in his leg, he eventually isolates a handful that he can dispatch before he begins the tedious trek back into shelter. Discovering his previous safety now haunted by the infected, Jules finds himself cast out into the cold night, hungry, exhausted, terrified, and nearly defenseless. Finding every road and path plagued with undead, he can barely manage to swing his frying pan as his body begins to go into full mutiny. Crawling through the thick woods, he eventually stumbles upon a stream and what appears to be relative safety from the deadly shadows that pursue him. Checking on his arm, the hopelessness only mounts as he smells the pungent smell of infection seeping from his mistreated wound. Raggedly determined to find shelter as the cold night begins to sink into his bones, he finds even the footpaths guarded by the shambling horrors of this fresh nightmare. Struggling to keep his eyes open, his fragile composure shatters as he hears the blaring of a security system from the building he had been working towards. Watching as the undead hounds march towards the signal like a tireless army, Jules once again crawls along the nearby creek in hopes of finding another moment to catch his ragged breath. Finding a place to rest as the first lights of dawn peek through the autumn trees, Jules underestimates the draw of sleep before he suddenly finds himself waking up on the damp earth late into the day. Knowing he has to escape this tormented golf course, Jules roughly locates the direction of Riverside and begins to drag his ragged body across the unkept grounds, all the while feeling his stomach tightening as the beginnings of starvation set in. Desperation drives him to discover some nettles and a grasshopper, which he forces between his lips, while the overwhelming stress finally forces a single tear to roll down his grimy cheek. Night begins to creep in again, as every stray shambler serves as a large drain on Jules' already slim reserves of energy, causing another outburst of tears as the horrors of this world never seem to end. Collapsing on the ground once again, Jules struggles to truly sleep until a splattering of rain fully stirs him from his tattered state. Continuing his trudge, he finally stumbles upon an isolated stretch of road that provides the only true swell of happiness since his flight had begun. Spying a nearby postal van, he uses the last of his energy to dispose of the lingering workers before securing the key to the worn vehicle that might be his salvation. The van was in shambles, but the engine eventually roars to life and finally allows Jules to create distance between him and the swarms of undead plaguing his previous home. Too tired to fight with his hands, Jules throws the already battered van into the undead officers, with the sliver of hope that their cruisers held a morsel of food for his violently empty stomach. Squashing the last of them beneath rotted tires, he discovers the key to the roadblock, but is predictably devastated when neither of the vehicles provide the sustenance he needs. Fully aware of his ignorance when it comes to firearms, he makes the forward-thinking decision to collect them anyway, acknowledging their undeniable effectiveness when applied correctly. Puttering down the road, he spots a break in the fence that draws his attention. Atop the nearby hill and through the thick woods, he can spot a radio tower, which if this world was merciful, would have some sliver of food. Reaching the fenced-in facility, he begins to search the nearby buildings, and first places his shaky hands on a simple yet elegant tool, the crowbar. Feeling the natural balance of the weapon as he moves into the main building, his hope is dragged low over and over again as his hunt for food bears no fruit. Stomach in knots and beginning to feel his systems failing, he desperately marches into the spattering rain in hopes of finding literally anything to eat. He wouldn't last the night without something. A dash of movement catches his eye before his numbing fingers snatch a wriggling centipede from the cold earth. It would barely make a difference, but Jules' desperation had reached a climax that threatened to ruin him. Crunching down the writhing insect, the ragged survivor crawls into an actual bed and finds sleep rapidly taking him as his sluggish mind tries to come up with some sort of solution. Suffering in agonizing pain, he can't sleep through the night as his body demands calories and energy that Jules simply no longer has. Without a plan, and partially convinced it would be his demise, he drags his body back to the van and strikes out in the darkness in hopes of discovering more potential for food. One of the worn tires pops as Jules maneuvers down a country road, causing a loud pop that instantly draws the attention of the scattered undead. Trying to fight through his extreme fatigue, Jules is eventually forced to lose his pursuers in the woods once more, but finds a hidden cache of determination within himself as he circles back towards the stranded van. Discovering an affinity for the crowbar he wielded, Jules' final blaze ignites in his heart as he throws his final ounces of energy towards his last chance of salvation. Fighting continuously into the morning, Jules' arms ache, his legs shake, and his mind grows fuzzier and fuzzier by the moment. He's dying, slowly but surely. Gulping down a can of peaches, Jules already knows he'll regret his lack of control in the moment, but he cannot stop himself as he scarfs down not only the evaporated milk, but also the can of dog food alongside it. Knowing it was only a matter of time before his stomach growled violently again, Jules uses his burst of energy to strike out into the foggy morning, needing to reach another home to truly secure his survival. Surprisingly finding his stab wound healed enough to remove the bandage, Jules' high hopes don't last long as he realizes each and every road is guarded by hordes of the infected. Unable to find a direction, and knowing the risks of fighting in the unknown of the fog, he returns back to the house he had cleared to allow himself to rest and for the dense veil to fade. Regaining a morsel of the life he once lived, Jules indulges in the temporary escape of a book before he collapses into a nearby bed to prepare for the nightmare to come. Using the time he had bought himself, Jules takes a methodical and careful approach to dispersing the dead around his next source of food, making sure to divide and conquer as the sun slowly sinks lower into the sky. Finally securing a house on the edge of the field, Jules feasts on chips and soda in triumph as he accumulates the beginnings of a stockpile of calories. Despite the coming darkness, Jules doesn't want to leave the shambling horde lingering in the nearby field. If he was to sleep in one of these houses through the night, he couldn't risk their numbers stumbling into his shelter. Fighting and clearing the neighboring home, Jules is finally able to almost fully relax, as his exhausted body begs for much-needed rest and sleep. Greeted with another foggy morning and more death, Jules checks the nearby shed before turning his attention back indoors to finally wash away the grime and blood that had grown thick upon his face. Waiting out the fog yet again, Jules dives into one of the books on electricity he discovered during his journey, feeding off the recorded knowledge as the hours tick by. Determined to return to the safety of the radio station, Jules must first weave through the endless hordes before completing the journey on foot. Having to leave a valuable amount of supplies in the stranded van, Jules commits to returning with another working vehicle at some point, before beginning his long trudge. To truly rest since being overrun at the country club. Finally, it's quiet enough to put pen to paper. I genuinely feared I would never get the privilege again. I'm no longer starving, but by no means safe and secure like we had been. If only that utter degenerate could have kept his rampant emotions in check. You know, if I leave one last thing in this world, let it be this. Kevin, if you're still alive, you are by far the most inconsiderate, vile, and worthless human being I have had the displeasure of knowing. Fuck you, Jules. Returning from his day of bloodshed and violence, Jules crawls into the comfort of literature late into the night. Today's mission was to get another vehicle working. Otherwise, the burned calories of scavenging on foot would leave him to ultimately starve. Pushing himself through the lengthy walk to the rural homes he had been fighting towards, he remembers seeing a truck up the road that he hopes is in working order. Unable to find any keys, but able to siphon some gas from one of the cars, Jules already feels his strength waning, but is determined to make progress up the gravel road. Returning back to the truck for a power nap, Jules' resolve is starting to weaken as the barrier of undead seems endless and impossible. Finding himself utterly exhausted as the final hours of light cast over the dense woods, Jules can barely keep his crowbar aloft as he fights for just a moment of peace. With night fast approaching, he makes the risky decision to cut through the woods to a house he spotted above the tree line. If he could make it inside, not only could he secure more food, but also a place to sleep. Knowing now that he'd get to the radio station long after night fell, Jules retrieves his bag that he was forced to drop and begins the uneasy trip back to the safety and the encroaching darkness. Terrified not only by the growling shadows that lurked in the woods, Jules finds himself deeply troubled about his current situation. Every step forward was at the cost of 2 steps back, and for the first time in his life, he couldn't rely on others to free him from his burdens. At least as he crawls back to the growing comfort of the radio station, he knows that tomorrow will bring a working vehicle with gas he had secured, though the cruisers he had the keys to were equally battered as himself. Confirming the sorry state his modes of transportation were in, Jules ends up fueling and replacing the battery on the one that looks marginally less likely to crumple into pieces while moving down the road. Content with simply retrieving the supplies he had abandoned in the van days ago, Jules decides that today would be the day that he discovered the entrance to the service road leading to the tower. If he could reliably use a vehicle to drive right up to his front door, then a whole new world of possibilities opened up for the desperate survivor. exploring in the natural direction he assumed the access road would be, the only finding of interest is an overturned car that holds little but the reminder that the dead aren't the only deadly threat left in this nightmare. Finding his mind wandering to what his purpose might be after he achieves a safe enough situation for winter, Jules sinks into an uneasy calm as the empty road comes as a welcome change compared to his previously bloody days. Having forgotten about the resort town west of the country club, Jules is left shaken and broken as his near brush with death and denial to his home proves too much for his fragile state. Falling back into an almost trance-like state, his abused mind yearns for the comfort of another book, latching onto the warm embrace of the printed word to help pull him back from the brink. Looking over his pitiful food reserves, Jules knows there's no other option but to strike back towards the valley of death he had created along the rural road. At least thankful his legs weren't already shaking by the time he reached his destination, Jules looks through the splintered windshield at his tireless enemy and takes a fortifying breath. Adopting an almost numb state of mind as his clothes become drenched in blood, Jules finds himself longing for the days that Marcus would deal with these horrors. But Marcus was gone, and Jules could only rely on himself. Returning to the house he had fled yesterday, he discovers that the horde he had spotted had made their way inside, serving as the final confirmation that Jules' progress was done for the day. Watching dark clouds roll overhead before a light rain begins to fall, Jules can feel the growing gusts of wind that indicate a storm crawling over Knox County. Securing at least a couple days worth of food, Jules almost welcomes the coming storm as an excuse to stay sheltered in his isolated safe haven, having cherished the sound of rain peppering his roof long before the outbreak had occurred. Finishing a beginner's book on carpentry, Jules feels a burst of inspiration to try and apply his new skills before he is faced with the harsh reality that knowing how to do something and actually doing it is two entirely different beasts. Heading to bed disappointed and bitter at himself, Jules grapples with the knowledge that his book smarts can only get him so far, and he must suffer through the agony of mediocrity before gaining any genuine skills. Using his self-centered anger to spur him forward, Jules attacks the expendable furniture of the station with a vengeance as the storm continues to grow outside. Practicing some axe swings on the saplings dotting the yard, he eventually moves the fallen aged pine, but once again is met with clumsy and unpracticed strikes that fill him with rage. Beginning to store the firewood beneath the awning of his building, Jules assumes he'll need the fuel for fire if he makes it through the winter, but fully acknowledges that his chances of making it to November are already looking slim. It's the first day of October, and the brink of winter is announced with a bitter and relentless thunderstorm. I find myself in the precarious position between living and dying, though I suppose that's nothing new. I'm just now faced with the reality of being removed from those around me. Before the dash from the country club, I had perhaps dispatched a few dozen of the infected. Now I'm sure my body count is in the triple digits. My clothes and hands are constantly covered in blood. Makes me long for a time not so long ago that we had running water. Hopefully, tomorrow, the rain lets up. Jules. Getting his wish of a mostly clear sky, Jules wakes up to the now routine growling of his stomach and the cutting chill of the autumn morning. Unable to spend any more time not actively fighting towards food, Jules sets off from the radio station and back into the horrors outside his walls. Once again turning down the rural road he had cleared previously, he hopes that making progress will go smoothly, but finds that the surrounding woods leak seemingly endless undead. Not even making it to the first intersection before he begins to feel fatigued, Jules' will to push forward is washed away as he aimlessly retreats from the endless bloodshed. Without a real plan, he stumbles upon the road that leads to his station, and decides to explore it back to the main road. Though he cannot get a vehicle of the service road yet, he hopes that scouting might provide an alternate source of food. Just outside the perimeter fence, Jules spots a fresh corpse being feasted on by a handful of the undead. They couldn't have been dead for more than a day, and had only been an hour's walk from the safety of the hilltop. Knowing that they would have been another mouth to feed, Jules is almost thankful they hadn't made it to his home, but the discovery exposes Jules to the bitterness he had brewed for people following the events at the country club. Reaching the main road after a lengthy walk, and as the sun hangs low in the sky, Jules isn't surprised to find the undead shambling along the asphalt, but decides to explore a bit further through the fields in hopes of finding anything for his efforts. Empty-handed and losing the light, Jules turns to head back up the winding road, mulling over the fact that another day had been wasted without discovering more food. Staving off starvation by rationing his actual food and the insects he can find in the woods, Jules knows that tomorrow will be another slaughter in the pursuit of calories. Crafting a handful of crude spears, Jules sets out from his home with a cold determination in his heart. Finding the undead he had fled from yesterday now plagued the main road, he aims to forge a new path, while avoiding damaging his already precarious vehicle. Knowing that a handful of houses lie on the other side of the open farmland, Jules decides that fighting through the hordes out in the open is safer than picking off stragglers on the claustrophobic roads of the rural woods. Fighting all day to reach a garage late into the afternoon, Jules feels the slightest bit of hope, but knows that the house was his ultimate goal, and it was still guarded by the hounds of hell. Fingers numb and arm aching, he begins the arduous process of clearing the undead from the farm, but sees no end in sight as more and more corpses litter the ground. Concerned about the undead he was slowly leading back to his home, Jules is too tired to deal with the threat now, but adds the encroaching doom to the growing list of agony that was his life. Waking up shivering, Jules eats one of his last 2 cans of food and knows that he must reach the farmhouse today, even if it kills him. Weak hands clumsy with crude spears, Jules takes on more than he's used to, as desperation is his sole drive. Falling back on his bent and battered crowbar after the horde nearly takes his life, Jules finds himself on the verge of breaking down before he's even made progress towards the house. Finally making it inside, Jules' mental fortitude is in no state to handle the slim amount of food he can find, feeling utterly gutted and hollow as he robotically checks the home and strikes back out towards his car. Today was the closest call yet since the country club, nearly taken down by a group of those mindless monsters, all for a box of cereal and a can of oats. Never have I been so safe and so terrified at the same time. Having this radio station to retreat back to is both a blessing and a curse. Being isolated here, knowing that the undead would never pierce the thick veil of trees, makes me never want to leave my comfort. Is my fate to waste away up here and die a slow and miserable death? Or am I going to be swallowed whole by those creatures that now dominate our world? Their world. Only time will tell. Jules. Checking his injury in the morning, Jules is pleased to see it healed, but finds his body noticeably thinner and caked in blood and grime. Unable to face the disappointment of looting another home, He instead focuses on the more immediate threat of the encroaching undead on his road. Needing a break from bloodshed, the ragged survivor replaces his torn clothes with what he scavenged from the dead, and sets to work on mundane tasks that he longed were his only concern. Waking up to another cold and dreary rain, Jules feels almost nothing as he pointlessly shifts around his room and prepares for another day away from home. feel as though this entry is necessary, since a growing and stubborn doom is beginning to grow in my heart. Every morning I wake up fearing it will be my last, and I don't want the records of my life and those I've known to be forgotten. For posterity's sake, here are the accounts of what occurred following the outbreak. I, Jules Wade, fled the school in Riverside after I recognized the refugee center there was going to collapse. In my pursuit of seeking out the safest location to survive, I found myself making my way to the country club. That's where I first met Marcus. Marcus Conway was the groundskeeper for the country club and discovered me wandering around the course in an attempt to find the main building. He took me in, no questions asked. When we arrived, I met Mr. and Mrs. Martin, Greg and Kathy to be precise. I liked Greg. He was a farmer from the center of the county and could easily be described as one of those hard-working gentlemen that you knew wouldn't stop working until he dropped dead. Also, he was quiet, which I prefer. His wife, Kathy, was far less composed. She constantly worried about her daughter in Louisville, understandably. Last, and certainly least, was Kevin. Kevin was Marcus's brother, and he had come to find him at the country club when the outbreak started to run rampant. I don't know the full extent of his life, but he was very proud of his 20-year sentence in the Rosewood Correctional Facility. He never went into details of his crimes. Kevin was loud, rough, violent, rude, agitated. Everything his brother wasn't. Though they were brothers, no two personalities could have stood in harsher contrast with one another. My hand is growing tired, so I shall try to conclude. Most importantly, Marcus is the reason that I'm here today, having saved me from one of the infected early on and suffering a bite to his chest in the process. Though it allowed me to live, I hate him for it. All I can think about is how differently things would have turned out if he had simply let me die. If Kevin hadn't rightfully blamed me for his death, maybe the Martins would still be alive. If I do perish in these coming days, I wanted to make sure I recorded the selflessness of Marcus Conway, a good man with a good heart who saved a coward who might end up starving anyway. Now at least my guilt won't die with me, being immortalized on these pages. Jules. Feeling the pangs of true hunger setting in once again, Jules powers through the rain and the horde standing between him and his next chance at a sliver of food. Finally making it to the small home, the world spits in his face once again by providing nothing but 3 bottles of wine, which provided calories but absolutely no vital nutrients to the fragile survivor. Needing to scrape together a morsel of food, he places his bets on the next house up the road, steadying himself for another bloodbath to reach its door. Crushed once more by this endless nightmare, the entire day's efforts resulted in not a crumb of actual food, leaving Jules to stave off his starvation and mounting depression by downing an entire bottle of wine as he travels over the devastation he has left in his wake. Soaked and defeated as he returns to the fragile safety of his cruiser, he hears the rattling engine threatening to sputter before a familiar and dreadful noise fills the air. Having lost his access to transportation once again, Jules lets his tears finally mix with the flow of rain that washed over his ragged features as he crawls back to his isolated station. Recognizing that this was it, that this next decision would either leave him starved or fed, he spends the night relying on the one tool that had kept him alive so far: his mind. Scraping across every shred of knowledge he held, he eventually recalls Marcus mentioning a trailer park he had lived in that had to be nearby. It had been constructed for the factories between Jules and the country club, which meant it was more than likely a walkable distance through the woods to the east. With so many individual residences, there had to be food for Jules. The only question was how guarded were the modest homes, and if he had the strength to fight for them. Trudging through the foggy and tiring walk, Jules eventually hears a sound that had filled him with dread 2 weeks ago, but now gives him a spark of hope he wasn't expecting. Some stubborn house alarm had gone off on the far side of the park, drawing the swarms of dead away from the nearest trailers, giving Jules the vital offering of luck he so desperately needed. Finding the food he had predicted, he picks through the first 2 homes in a pristine-looking vehicle before deciding to free the closest row of homes from a small gathering of the infected. Calming his growling stomach with the immediate gratification of greasy and delicious chips, Jules finds enough food to stuff his duffel bag as an infectious and wide smile stretches across his blood-soaked face. Beginning his trek back, he spots the horde that laid claim to this new gold mine, but not even their intimidating numbers could bring Jules down, as he knows he now has the time and the energy available to deal with them properly. Slowly climbing the hill towards his home as the October chill sweeps through the vibrant trees around him, Jules is allowed the first true indulgence of hope he had been so long absent from. Confident he wouldn't be forced from his safe haven now, he finally commits to making this place a home as he begins to organize his small and cozy room. I write this entry while holding back tears of utter and complete joy. For the first time since the country club, I can't remove the unfamiliar feeling of a smile across my tired lips. Feeling happy brings an almost sickening sensation, however, as it feels almost wrong to be satisfied and safe after all that has happened. Though I must prevent myself from souring the accomplishments I have made, the proof I have provided that Marcus's sacrifice was not pointless, that I can survive out here on my own. Now, I finally have time to plan and to think, to decide what comes next. Jules. Reinvigorated by his discovery of the trailer park and the vital food within, Jules doesn't linger in his hilltop safety for long, as he strikes back towards his new focus. During the over hour-long walk, he doesn't consider the fact that there would be no house alarm this time, leaving the undead to roam as they please. Getting flashes of the nightmare he had endured at the country club as the infected pour from the trees, Jules doesn't give in to his fear as he instead slowly works through the growling crowd. Now terrified that every shift in the trees signaled more undead, Jules has to approach his destination at a snail's pace as his eyes peer through the afternoon light and the spattering rain. Finally making it to the trailer park late in the day, Jules accepts that he wouldn't even make it to any of the homes, but is instead content to chip away at the hordes wandering the perimeter. Finding even more strays guarding the path back to his station, Jules begins to grapple with the reality that daily trips back and forth would not only be dangerous, but exhausting. Able to finally let his guard down as he returns home, his mind continues to churn away at a solution to his current problem. Though I've had hope restored via the trailer park, my life is not without danger and deadly traps. Unlike my first approach with the house alarm, every time I return to the park, I am faced with wandering undead that lurk and hide amongst the trees like landmines, waiting to be discovered. As long as I am careful and diligent, this shouldn't be my demise, but it makes every journey to my new source of food tedious. Along with that, the walk takes up the majority of my day and limits the time I can spend fighting towards the next home. My next goal is to claim one of the trailers when it's reasonably safe. That way I can shelter there overnight. Slow and steady. Jules. Another rainy morning accompanies his trudge back to the trailer park, but Jules' fire refuses to be snuffed out by the bleak and dreary landscape. Deciding to shout and scream just outside his destination in hopes of drawing out any surprise attackers, Jules keeps to his commitment of slow and steady progress. Witnessing yet another horde shambling into the tree line, the damp and determined survivor simply lifts his trusty crowbar up and gets to work. Needing to have something to show for his efforts for today, he wastes no time in locating one of the larger groups and begins the tedious process of picking them off a handful at a time. Even after hours of killing, Jules has barely made a dent in the larger horde, resigning to exploring another part of the park in hopes of creeping into one of the unexplored homes. Unable to find food at first, he does come across the next best thing: knowledge. More homes brings more food, but the meager amount he's acquired over 2 days isn't sustainable. Wondering if he could finally find a serviceable vehicle, he checks the one in relative safety before setting his sights on another still guarded by the undead. Beginning to lose the light and still hearing more in the nearby trailer, Jules once again relies on caution and decides to begin the long journey back home. During his walk, he can't help but shake the nagging feeling that he was stuck in an endless loop, fighting and clawing his way to calories just to burn them over and over again on his way home. He had undoubtedly achieved much, but he was still a long way from being secure in his survival. Once again using his love for literature as a form of meditation, Jules starts the process of familiarizing himself with the basics of mechanics, still holding out hope that the coming days would provide him a new ride. Mindlessly falling into his routine of heading towards the trailers, Jules is stopped in his tracks by the encroaching fog, finding himself unwilling to fight in such poor conditions. Though he could never have a day of real leisure, Jules rewards himself with a time away from violence, instead focusing on the chores and tasks that would see him through the coming winter. Attending not only to his physical needs, but his mental as well, Jules turns his attention towards his disorganized home that had been long neglected during his struggle for survival. Finding a deep and lasting peace in the comfort of structure, Jules discovers his heart aching for the library he had once managed with such meticulous care. Perhaps if he fought hard enough he could attain a fraction of what he once cherished so dearly, but even thinking about the effort it would take threatened to dislodge the precarious relief Jules had found. After a long day of peace and quiet, Jules once again moves to reward himself by attempting his first warm meal in weeks. Clumsily throwing together a soup with his intense lack of knowledge regarding cooking, he finds that he cares little for the final result, but is more invested in the simple act of reaching another milestone. Ending off his much-needed day of rest with more reading and the purifying of his collected water, Jules feels confident in the name he had given his new home, Little Hope. Waking up to another cold and rainy day, Jules willingly departs his safe haven as he returns to the hunt for more food and security. Basking in the tranquility of nature during his last sliver of calm, the tested determination of Jules begins to rise once again as the imminent arrival of bloodshed grows closer with each and every step. Beating his way through another cluster of the undead, Jules eventually reaches a locked truck before he shifts his focus on securing one of the trailers on the edge of the park. While out on the hunt for more planks to shore up his defenses, Jules finds another cluster of calories to stash away as his relentless efforts appear to be finally paying off. Finally checking the car he'd abandoned the other day, he discovers the key in the glove box, but quickly learns its tank is empty, though that was a problem that could easily be resolved. Acquiring more food, Jules also comes across a particular magazine he had longed for over the past couple weeks, a guide to identifying edible and poisonous vegetation that he could now leverage to help supplement his growing supply of calories. Still not feeling quite safe enough to sleep in his temporary safe house, Jules opts to bring back the haul he had acquired and return tomorrow with a gas can for the car. Making it back to his cozy room, he inspects a bundle of clothes he had acquired from one of the infected. Looking both sturdier and warmer than what he currently had on, Jules looks past the disgust of how he had come by it. Instantly grateful for the warmer clothes as he wakes up to a bitterly cold and wet morning, he collects the can of gas he had set aside before embarking on another trek back to the park. So focused on his goal of reaching the out-of-gas vehicle, Jules barely registers the slaughter he commits while pouring the precious fuel into the rusted tank. Now emboldened by the fact that his home was only a quick drive away, he delves deeper into the park he had been clearing over the past several days. Scavenging food to bring back to his station, he's surprised to find the other side of the park almost completely devoid of the undead, coming to the assumption that his efforts must have drawn them into the field he had drenched in blood. Discovering a near pristine truck at the entrance, he has no luck in locating the keys, but enjoys the growing sensation of confidence as he moves about the area he had cleared out, all by himself. Unable to shake this true feeling of accomplishment, he strides happily back to his fueled-up steed before being confronted with its fragile and rattling engine. While the little coupe wasn't in pristine condition, it was miles ahead of the true rust buckets he had been forced to rely on, providing Jules an invisible shield of resilience that not even the undead could pierce. Knowing that basic mechanics was next on his growing list of necessary skills, Jules tows one of the nearby wrecks into his yard before puttering his new companion into a proper parking spot. Admiring the worn and beaten vehicle with a tired smile, Jules does spot a steady leak coming from the gas tank, but accepts the defect temporarily, with plans of fixing it when he's able. Truly indulging in the comfort and tranquility he had fought so hard to achieve, Jules actually looks forward to the arrival of tomorrow, excited by all the new possibilities he's made available for himself. Ending his victorious day by making headway into his literature on car maintenance, he finally drifts off to sleep, hopeful and content. Rising before the sun, he wastes no time in grabbing his supplies and hopping in his newly acquired trophy. Though the engine rattled and a slow trickle of fuel was left in its wake, Jules knew he had finally acquired the key to his survival. Taking note he would have to clear the growing stragglers at the entrance to his road, he steers himself back in the direction of the trailer park, in hopes of fully exploring every home. Refueling from a wrecked car in his path, he recognizes the need to fix the leak, but again pushes the dreary thought to the back of his mind. A fuel hose had fallen completely loose, dumping the contents of his tank across the cold asphalt. Though he could easily reattach it, Jules was now forced to face the reality of his situation. Nothing he achieved was ever secure. It could all be taken away in a singular moment. Stranded halfway between home and his destination, he decides to at least scavenge part of his day by finishing the journey on foot and finding more gas to get his unsteady ride home. Finding himself growing more and more frustrated by the simple setback, as every step serves as a constant reminder of his brutal existence, Jules channels his anger and aggression towards the undead, making sure to leave none alive, or as alive as they could be. Finally reaching the trailer park, he knows that none of the cars within hold any gas, and instead turns his sights on whatever lies on the other side of the main road. Discovering a parking lot with a handful of vehicles, he's unsurprised to also spy a dutiful horde of infected guarding his potential salvation. Making it past the wall of rotting flesh, and finding one of the trucks ready to be siphoned, he figures out that he stumbled across a storage facility, which more than likely held some resource or tool he would need for the winter. Again, in hopes of finding keys for any of the cars parked in the lot, he begins clearing the office building before being predictably disappointed. Only having a gas can of fuel and a scrap of knowledge to show for his day, Jules begins to trek back to his car, bitter and annoyed, but still full of the determination that had got him this far. No longer seeing his newly acquired vehicle as a trophy, but instead as a resource drain and a death trap, Jules turns his obsessive mind towards the pursuit of knowledge and the ability to hotwire. Experimenting on the clunker he had dragged into his yard, Jules isn't fully prepared to waste an entire day on the mess of wires and vague instructions he has to work with, instead opting to successfully see through the journey he had been denied yesterday. Interest piqued by the storage units, he turns his attention towards them for the day, and wonders what treasures they hold after he's wrenched them from the grip of the undead. The beginning of his day shows promise, as he comes across a cardboard box stuffed with books and manuals, then finding a generator in the next unit over. But slowly the excitement of wrenching these mystery boxes open fades, as one after another reveals nothing but dusty furniture and old clothes. Eventually feeling safe enough to drive his precarious vehicle into the property, he makes swift work of loading up the generator he's unfamiliar with, before turning his attention to the smaller units indoors. Initially finding the same junk he discovered outside, he eventually stumbles across a manual that was as good as gold. A collection of glossy pages that held the intricate details of commercial vehicles and how to service them. Thinking over what he had found as he loots a handful of the remaining units, he begins to realize that fixing his current clunker was a waste of energy. With the manual he now had in his possession, the only thing standing between him and a reliable pickup truck was the ability to hotwire, which Jules knew he could obtain if he set his tireless mind to it. As he begins his journey back up the hill to his station, Jules finds himself in a rare state of reflection and the relative safety of his rolling liability. He hadn't truly taken a moment to stop and think, to recognize the insane accomplishment he had achieved with the simple fact of still being alive. Kevin had always seen him as weak, perhaps rightfully so, as Jules never displayed an ounce of drive after the world had shattered into a million pieces. But now Jules had more than proven he was willing and able to not only survive, but to persevere in a scenario where so many others would have stumbled. Looking around at the sanctuary he had built for himself, and igniting yet another fire to provide a comforting and warm meal, Jules finds his mind wandering to Marcus and the ultimate sacrifice he had made. Had giving his life been worth it? Had he seen something in Jules that Jules couldn't see in himself? Would Marcus have even made it through the same hell and come out the other side? Maybe, but maybe not. Waking up with a simple goal for the day, Jules again wastes no time as he strikes out into the morning fog and revs the pathetic engine of his tiny car. Freeing the other wreck from the tendrils of nature, Jules recognizes the opportunity this utility vehicle provides, given his newly acquired manual. Not interested in attempting to save the broken and beaten SUV, he instead hauls its corpse back to his home to experiment, determined and fixated on ripping it apart, piece by piece. Hours begin to pass by as the enthralled survivor moves from one tool to the next, undoing bolts, bulbs, radios, screws, doors, and windows. Nothing was safe from his keen eye, and every part he could pair with his literature served as a small milestone towards his destination. Feeling mostly confident with his ability to now bypass the need for keys, Jules rewards himself with a bottle of wine, before discovering how unkempt his hair had become. Rectifying the mop that had grown atop his head, Jules once again recognizes the man staring back at him in the mirror before he slinks off to bed to get lost in the sweet embrace of the written word. Now mostly confident in his ability to hotwire a more reliable vehicle, Jules hopes he enters his clunker of a car for the final time in preparation for the day. Running dangerously low on fuel, his gas-guzzling ride dumps the contents of its tank back onto the road yet again, requiring Jules to feed it a few precious drops to make it the rest of the way. Making it within walking distance, he siphons the minuscule amount of fuel from his car before trekking towards the trailer park and the storage units. First checking the white truck he initially had high hopes for, he realizes the engine isn't nearly as pristine as he'd hoped and sets his sights across the road. Deciding between the two nearly identical trucks at the storage unit, he settles on the black one as his new ride, but holds off on experimenting on it as he delves back into the nearby facility. Finding a spare generator, he returns back to the vehicles in the lot before applying his clumsy knowledge to the 2 sacrificial rides, only deciding to attempt his hot wiring of the black truck once he had wasted his early blunders on the blue one. Delighted to see all his studying and practice pay off, he acknowledges the fact that he doesn't have enough fuel to make it back to the station and probes carefully down the main road in hopes of another source. Managing to siphon a reasonable amount of gas right under the nose of the lingering undead, he pours the well-earned fuel into his new ride, before feeling a stubborn smile working its way across his lips. Driving back to his home in high spirits, he stops and takes the time to drag the wrecked car off the main road, knowing that he would now frequently make this trip in the coming days. Making it home as a steady rain begins to pick up, Jules takes the time to clear away the wrecks he had parked in his yard, before pulling his new beauty into the parking spot that was still stained with leaking fuel. Rewarding his hard work and determination with another dinner from a can and an entire bottle of wine, Jules feels accomplished, but still hungry to see even more progress. Spying the harsher rain mounting outside, Jules puts on as many layers before covering himself in a poncho he had picked up. Already he was struggling to stay warm, but being drenched to the bone would only secure his fate. Knowing he had ignored the necessary pursuit of food for too long, he sets his sights back on the trailer park once more, with hopes that he'd return with a truck bed full of calories. Parking in the peaceful courtyard he had fought so hard to achieve, he begins moving from house to house in search of anything he might need, but is eventually faced by the threat of the undead once more. with the shambling horrors with his now developed and systematic process, he hardly recognizes the amount of blood he is spilling, as his eyes stay ever present on the nearby trailer and his goal. Unable to find any food in the few trailers that were in relative safety, Jules repositions his truck and sets his sights farther across the park to the homes he hadn't cleared. Ignoring the chill and the rain, Jules' unshakable will keeps him focused on the essential clearing of the undead. Eventually, as the drizzle becomes a pour, and the dark clouds of a storm roll overhead, Jules takes a small victory of acquiring some food before deciding to retreat back to his sanctuary to weather the coming thunderstorm. Listening to the growing wind whistling through the trees as he begins the slow process of unloading and organizing his supplies, Jules eventually hears the roaring thunder he had predicted. Setting up the grill he had taken from the trailer park beneath his awning, he seeks the comfort of a warm meal amongst this dreary evening to help keep his spirits high and unbreakable. Waking up to a wet cold piercing his cozy room, Jules attempts to insulate the broken window before preparing himself for another run out to the blood-stained trailer park. Picking up where he left off yesterday, he quickly gets to work bloodying his blade as his stomach stubbornly growls in reminder. Continually disappointed by the amount of food he can secure, he doesn't let his dampening outlook slow his progress, as his muddy feet carry him from one house to the next. Stumbling across someone's stash of weapons, Jules collects the bundle of tools with a half-hearted smirk before turning his direction back towards his waiting truck. Now curious if he could relatively secure the trailer he had planned on making an operating point, he locates a few clusters of the undead and begins to remove them with endless patience. Feeling safe enough to move inside once more, he surveys the work he had managed before making a list of all that must be done to make this exposed shelter secure. Not wanting to waste the light of the day, he sets out to search a few of the unchecked trailers to the north, while also measuring the amount of infected guarding their contents. Acquiring enough food to at least account for today, he eventually turns his attention back to his temporary home to make sure he felt comfortable enough to sleep in it through the night. Boarding up all the windows, Jules feels the ache of today's efforts seeping into his muscles as he indulges in one of the cans he had discovered, hoping that there would be many more to come with tomorrow. Relieved to be undisturbed through the night, Jules does spot a few stray walkers in the early light of the dawn that he dispatches before getting to work on carving his way north. Fighting past noon, Jules spots only larger and larger hordes blocking his path, as the homes he can reach provide only the bare minimum in food. Even having committed to his plan of waking up here had shown to have little effect, as the sheer amount of undead made progress agonizingly slow. I have neglected this journal for an entire week, but I suppose for a good reason. I have been relentlessly busy and diligent. Every waking moment, either my mind or my body is busy securing and fortifying my survival. So many things that I thought were out of reach have been returned to me, and now the danger of hope and aspirations is creeping back into my heart. This morning was the first day I woke up somewhere else besides the isolated radio station. It was also the first morning that the true bite of winter's chill showed its ugly face. I must remind myself that it is only October, and already my clothes aren't enough to keep me warm. Power and heat are the two most essential utilities I need if I'm going to make it through the coming winter. Thankfully, I've already found a generator, but I have to find some sort of manual or pamphlet that describes its operation so that I don't end up mangling the important piece of equipment. Heat is another matter. A wood stove would be ideal, but just the thought of finding one and dragging it up the hill to the station makes me ill. I'm tired of carving through the undead for what I need, but there's no denying that this is the world I live in now. It's dark, and I'm tired, so I shall leave this entry off here. Tomorrow will only bring the same violence that I have grown so resilient to. Jules. Fighting both the chill and the dread of the first snowfall with pancakes, Jules fumbles through mixing up the batter by flashlight before eating the plain breakfast amongst the falling speckles of death that begin to cling to the cold earth. In an attempt to insulate his already stinging nose, he dons the bloody and broken mask he had scavenged from the undead and fights to ignore the rancid and foul smell assaulting his senses. Retreading the path he had driven many times by now, he knows it's finally time to loot the entirety of the trailer park so that he could have a complete understanding of his food supply going forward. Rattling past the pile of corpses he had already left, he peers through the smeared lenses of his mask and returns to the bloodshed he had grown all too comfortable with. Rewarded with an initial burst of hope as his first house contains a handful of canned food, he doesn't relent as he continues his work. Next, he finds not only food, but also the exact clothes he'll need in the coming months. Thick, puffy, and insulated, he can't help but smile at the eggplant-colored coat he stuffs in his bag. Discovering an abandoned work truck with a tank full of gas, he siphons an entire can as his diligence appears to be finally paying off. Moving through the eerily quiet trailer park, he's faced with the reality of all he's done over the last several weeks, cleaving his way through the endless undead for a brief moment of promise and relief. Looting an ambulance that certainly must have been responding to the chaos of the outbreak, Jules discovers ample medical supplies to bring home that he hopes he'll never actually need. Having checked every house in the park and armed with a truck bed full of food, Jules lets himself finally feel accomplished as he settles into the comfortable seat of his reliable pickup. Unloading his goods and rewarding himself with dinner and a beer, Jules gives into the exhaustion of the day and wakes up in the cozy safety he had built for himself. For once, I don't feel the need to race out of my sanctuary as soon as the sun rises. It is an odd sensation, having spare time once again, but it has allowed me to realize something that I had overlooked for far too long. I had lost myself. Somewhere amongst the scramble for survival, the desperate pursuit of living in a world determined to kill me, I had let slip the various traits that made up Jules Wade. I am alive, but I haven't been living, and I'm determined to see that changed. Besides, what is the point of pushing forward if all you're doing is marking days on a calendar? It's time to live again. Jules. Spending the majority of his day off buried in various books, Jules feels a dull spark of his former self beginning to burn in the base of his heart, which both provides him the fuel to go onwards and the fear of his lacking abilities. Thankful for his winter coat as he rises before dawn and prepares to set out once again, Jules gets lost watching the barren trees whip past, as the reality of winter is now undeniable. Slowly exploring further down the main road, he keeps himself on edge as he sets his sights on the mechanic shop he had spotted earlier, though the lack of infected almost makes him more uncertain than if the business had been swarmed. Finding a key for the car parked outside, his looting of the rest of the shop bears little fruit, as his hope of securing a carjack is dashed for the foreseeable future. Moving to the diner next door, he once again fears the lack of undead guard dogs, but hopes to find more food to shore up his stores. Disappointed yet again, he looks across the street to the industrial complex where the dead still lingered, and assumes where they are must be where he needs to be. Realizing how difficult it was to fight in his puffy winter coat, he reminds himself of the benefits of firearms, though his untrained hands could do little with them without practice. Clearing the road for his return trip home, he gets back to work clearing the hordes amongst the factories, curious what resources they might hold within. Feeling himself reaching his limit, he rests for a moment before clearing the area around a trailer and its matching truck. Finding practically nothing in the trailer itself, he's surprised to find that the truck still has the key in its ignition. And a look under the hood proves that it is nearly pristine despite the crumbling of society. Though he didn't have a use for it now, Jules' mind already begins to churn over the opportunities such a tool could provide. Being able to load up and move whole stores, libraries, and neighborhoods could be something that secures his survival for potentially years to come. Feeling his eyelids growing heavy, he begins his drive back towards his home, while coming to the realization that getting a tractor-trailer up to his radio station would be a feat within itself. Waking up to another cold and wet morning atop his hill, Jules is barely fazed by the dreary weather as he dons his poncho and bag before carrying his rested feet towards his truck. Deciding it was time to deal with the undead plaguing the entrance to his road, Jules uses the freshness of his energy to scatter their brains across the ground before moving on with his day. Getting a brief respite from the rain as he pulls into the parking lot once again, he attacks the constant stream of undead with a renewed vigor, as he's determined to make it inside today. Fearing the arrival of a true storm as he makes it through the front doors of the building, he carefully deals with the shambling corpses still hiding within. Thankful to find the rear of the factory clear of any hordes, he finishes securing the interior before rewarding himself with a refreshing soda from the neglected vending machine. Stepping out into the storm to both check the perimeter and remove the barricade over the door, he delights in the fact that he can simply pull his vehicle into the prepared bays and loot in almost complete safety. Shut away from the undead and the storm, he begins shifting through the many crates and shelves to procure supplies and tools he most certainly would need, but is truly elated to discover the wood stove he had dreamed of, resting in one of the sturdy crates. Only hearing the storm getting worse outside, Jules is finally discovered by one of the undead, which serves as the signal for him to make his way home for the evening. Setting the new source of heat directly beside his bed, he wastes no time in loading it full of his prepared firewood before sparking it to life for the first time.
first time in what seems like years, I'm sitting comfortably in my bed, not afraid of the undead, not shivering at the cold, not ignoring my grumbling stomach. I have everything I could ever want right now, and it makes me feel both incredibly accomplished and terrified. Fighting harder and harder, claiming more and more comforts, all it does is put me in another position to lose it all, just like the country club. No longer do I fear dying alone in the woods, but now I am pursued by the horror of living long enough to see all my achievements taken from me. I need to figure out how to cheer the fuck up. Jules.
Finally, not immediately concerned about finding food on yet another rainy morning, Jules turns his mind towards the recent discoveries he had made at the nearby factories and what could potentially be nearby. He did recall spotting a gas station along the road when he had made his flight from the country club in his rattling van over a month ago. While fuel wasn't an immediate concern, at least charting the potential utility was an essential step. Feeling as though the usually taxing bloodshed rolled off his back much like the downpouring rain, Jules feels a strange uneasiness at the steady calm he is able to maintain in the face of the growling undead. Discovering a map that was meant for a long-lost lover, Jules battles a strange feeling of guilt as he scavenged the calories offered by the dim gas station. Whoever the scribbled note had been meant for had more than likely crossed Jules's path at this point, and whatever life they had previously led had been snuffed out and crushed beneath his desire to survive. Managing to distract himself with the small ping of delight that came from the junk food he had acquired, he shakes free from the burden of regret and refocuses his mind on the endless task before him. Vaguely identifying the second factory as some sort of metalworking facility, Jules hears the familiar shuffling of mindless feet just outside the bay door. Spotting one of the largest hordes he's had to deal with in quite a while, the tested survivor secures the hood over his head and tightens his grip upon his bloodied back. fatigue beginning to set in, he retreats back to the factory he had cleared previously and rests in the flimsy plastic chair as the undead workers linger outside. Deciding he was in no rush to defeat the remaining infected that still guarded the neighboring building, Jules treks back to his truck to make the short trip to his safe house in the nearby trailer park. Feeling both strangely satisfied and comfortable as he removes his slick poncho and suffocating mask, Jules indulges in some of the sweets he had secured from the gas station and takes a moment to appreciate the fact that they weren't wriggling insects. Waking up before dawn and finding his body eager to get back into the fray, Jules confidently knows that nothing would stop him from fully exploring the second factory he had been periodically plucking at for days. Systematically luring the undead out into the first rays of sunlight, Jules paints the worn concrete with their vile blood as his bat continues to hold strong through the abuse. Convinced the building was finally safe enough to plunder, he locates one of the storage bays and pulls his reliable steed inside before rummaging through the many crates. During his looting, he discovers the many barrels scattered around contain fuel, which he happily rolls into the back of his truck with a growing smile. Returning back to the initial factory to double check he had looked everything over, he also grabs another set of shelves to bring back to his quickly growing stores at the station. Before making the trip home in the slowly encroaching evening, he makes sure to stop and fuel up the semi-truck he had spotted earlier, with plans to come back and use it in the following days. Peacefully driving up the hill towards Little Hope, Jules is faced with the reality that his isolated sanctuary had become much more than a place to escape the undead. Quietly in the background of all that had happened, it had become a home. Following this realization and diligently unloading and organizing the many goods he had returned with, Jules also realizes that his new home had been neglected for far too long. Feeling almost a sense of guilt towards the structure that had kept him warm and safe for so long, he makes the commitment to focus his next few days on transforming the haphazard space into a livable environment. Knowing he'll be gone overnight, he makes sure to trim back his beard once more before heating up a bowl of beans to give him the strength he needed to survive the world outside his walls. Starting his morning by making sure the big rig roared to life and was able to connect to the trailer, he moves to do one last sweep through the second factory before turning his attention towards loading up. Carefully driving his new ride, Jules is immediately humbled by the fact that he had never handled such a vehicle before in his life, finding himself quickly getting flustered as the unwieldy storage unit fights him at every literal turn. Gaining a healthy respect for the truckers that could handle this with ease, Jules is only able to stay sane as he convinces himself he shall improve with practice. Finally getting the tail of the truck close enough to the bay doors, Jules starts his task of plucking and retrieving the pieces of furniture he knew he would need, piling them all in the ample space provided by the frustrating but undeniably useful trailer. Loading up more fuel barrels in a toolbox, Jules points himself back towards his trailer as the encroaching night grows closer and closer. Too excited to stay idle, he uses the last few hours of light to begin procuring some of the more household furniture he would need for his new project, before settling in to dream about the cozy space he was going to create. Restless with endless excitement, he rises far before the sun and continues to absorb more and more amenities from the nearby trailers. Though he had barely scratched the capacity of his new trailer, Jules knew he had enough to begin the upcoming transformation of his home. His only fear now was actually getting the difficult vehicle up his winding road. Nerves certainly heightened as he finally gets the delivery up to his station. Jules goes about preparing a spot for the trailer beside the building before having to face the most difficult challenge of his life yet: parking. Initially thinking he could park the trailer and squeeze the truck out under the antenna, Jules is once again faced with his inexperience and dwindling patience. Settling on finally parking the trailer backwards, Jules doesn't let the several wasted hours ruin his spirits, as he still clings to the joy of breathing life into his sanctuary. Converting his previous room into a workable kitchen, Jules looks over his handiwork with pride and accomplishment before stripping his excess layers to enjoy the crackling heat of the glorious wood stove. Using the morning to relax and enjoy his newly furnished kitchen, Jules feels nearly comfortable and content, despite the many lingering issues stubbornly clinging to the back of his mind. Deciding to return the semi-truck back to the factories to swap out with his regular vehicle, he looks forward to the relative calm he had established there that would allow him a final look inside the many crates he had yet to check. Feeling almost a sense of ownership over this industrial district now, he clears the pitiful amount of undead without a second thought before going about his business. Pulling into the smaller warehouse, he begins to break down and search the containers he hadn't reached yet, only to discover his body quickly growing weak at the prolonged effort. Unable to lift his hammer as the afternoon turns to evening, he starts to more pointedly question his physical state before opting to check the few vehicles he had passed over in the nearby parking lot. Stumbling upon a key in the near-pristine van it went to, Jules doesn't think twice about claiming the new ride, as both the improvements in reliability and cargo space couldn't be abandoned. Finding the time to analyze himself on the ride home, Jules begins to identify the source of his newfound fragility. Staring at his face in the rearview mirror revealed thinner features, gaunt cheeks, and exhausted eyes that served as the boldest of answers. While he had rationed his food enough to keep from starving to the point of outright death, he hadn't been ingesting enough calories to keep up with the demanding trials he forced his body through each and every day, leaving him frail and concerned. Waking up with a fresh determination to find a sizable source of calories, he forces himself to face a fear that had been haunting him for far too long: returning to the country club. Jules knew there was both food and supplies there he desperately needed. The only question was if the undead had released their stranglehold on the once secure shelter. Hoping he was coming into contact with the remnants of the scattered horde, he slowly clears the road before feeling the same exhaustion creeping in from yesterday. Opting to scout ahead to see if reaching the campus was even realistic, he quickly discovers his worst nightmare, as the road leading to the entrance is already congested with the mindless undead. Too afraid of finding himself trapped between the affluent fencing and the overgrown trees, he quickly steers his direction towards a resort town just west of his station, hoping that some sliver of luck would provide him with what he needed. Hearing a burglar alarm blaring through the chill air, Jules confirms his already dreaded assumption by spotting a rapidly amassing horde growing directly in his path. Perhaps if he had days or weeks to dedicate to clearing this town, he could scrape a reasonable amount of food from its carcass, but his needs were far more immediate and required a different solution. Next, planning on venturing past the community he had cleared, he's unsurprised to discover his efforts had been washed away by the endless waves of infected that now clog the eastern side of the neighborhood with their stench. Stubbornly evicting the unwelcome guests, he eventually finds his way back upon the main road, only to find more hurdles to overcome. Finally discovering a gravel road that wasn't entirely overrun, Jules steadily begins to work his way through the forgotten farmland as the afternoon sets in and his arms tremble with gentle protest. Apathetically recognizing a group of freshly turned corpses as he clears an isolated garage, Jules barely has the energy to summon any sort of emotion as his mind stays entirely focused on the task at hand. Luckily able to sneak towards the closest farmhouse, Jules already finds himself salivating at the thought of what treats await him before his dreams are shattered by an entirely cleaned out kitchen. Knowing now that the food he had so desperately desired was more than likely leaking out of the undead survivors he had just snuffed out, Jules can't help but feel cheated and furious while defeatedly returning to his van. Though I knew the answer, I had to see for myself what the world looks like outside the relative safety I've carved out. The country club, infested. The resort town to the west, infested. Even the rural farmhouses on the way to Riverside, infested. Today I stumbled across what undoubtedly was a group of survivors who had suffered the same fate as my group, shambling around in gear that showed they were prepping for the winter. But this hellish world wasn't going to let them get that far. Pulling from my experiences so far, and learning from the world around me, I've become rather confident in the hypothesis that has been building in my mind. There is no safety in numbers. Others simply slow you down, or get in the way. Marcus learned that lesson the easy way when defending me, and I learned it the hard way by cowering behind him. The world is now only meant for the isolated and the dead. Jules. Feeling his body begrudgingly rising with the foggy morning, Jules looks over the couple days of food he has left before a final source of determination ignites and the depths of his stubborn heart. There were a limited amount of options left, none of them ideal, but perhaps the most likely to keep him alive was the desperate attempt to fish despite the increasingly colder days of winter. Knowing you have to find some place to hold up nearby the river, Jules keeps his eyes to the north and begins to navigate through the sea of death that stood in his way. Making it to the final turnoff before the quarantine zone, he remembers the existence of a general store along the gravel road leading to the river, but making it there would require another lengthy massacre. Clearing the highway leading up to the gas station after several hours, and pushing himself until he could barely stand, Jules collects himself beside his van and enjoys the warmth of the sun-soaked pavement before forcing himself to rise and fight once again. Making it inside as evening falls around him, Jules is rewarded once again with a slap in the face, as the station holds only crumbs compared to the energy he had spent to make it here. Aware that he would be dooming himself if he made the long trip home without anything notable to show for it, he ignores the painful aching of his wobbly legs and hoists his crowbar up for another round of death. As he works on creating a safe path to the hopefully stocked store, Jules' struggling mind picks up on the concerning pattern he had witnessed far too many times before. In the failing light of the day, corpse after shambling corpse stumble from the nearby woods and drag their compromised figures towards the spilled blood of their brethren. At first, Jules believes he can persist, weather the storm of the encroaching undead, but eventually the sum of the situation strikes through his fragile resolve and causes him to flee in defeat. Returning to a scene that Jules had hoped he would never see again, he can't help but feel totally and completely beaten down as he's forced through the break in his fence once again and trudges through the dark woods back to his sanctuary. Waking up to the first day of November, Jules doesn't give up on his hope of securing a place along the river as he checks his map and stares down the country road he had cleaved through over a month ago. Trying to prepare himself for the challenging day during his walk, a sign of hope comes in the form of a resilient blueberry bush that Jules ravenously descends upon with a weak smile. Winding his way through the back roads, he eventually makes it to the river and attempts to approach the general store from the other side, but finds it thoroughly infested beyond his capabilities. Desperately turning down a smaller road that still ran parallel with the river, Jules once again is provided a whiff of hope as he spots two homes tucked away from the larger hordes. Checking the first house, he's able to find a small amount of food, but not much else. While this shelter could serve his purposes, he still holds onto his fragile optimism as he makes his way over to the second potential home. Surprised to discover that the second pleasant structure appeared to be completely untouched by the undead, Jules grows confident that this peaceful oasis could be his temporary salvation with just a little more effort. Though he was hopeful in his plan, he still had to make the lengthy and trying trip back to his station so that he could load up the fishing supplies and tools he would need to keep this new location secure. Then of course, he'd have to make it back once more. Making it back to Little Hope with a fresh scattering of dents and scratches on his once pristine van, Jules finally lets his guard down for one final evening in preparation for the monumental project waiting for him in the following morning. Gritting his teeth as he makes himself assess the state of his body for the first time in weeks, Jules strips off the filthy layers that become a second skin and scrubs the stubborn grime clinging to his taut flesh.
Despite all my efforts, my body is beginning to fail me. Simply glancing at my reflection in the mirror reveals just how much weight I have lost since the outbreak. Before, I might have been considered a little on the heavy side, but now, I can see my ribs pressing out against my thin layer of flesh. The deadly cycle of killing for scraps of food is slowly but surely ruining me. That's why my recent discovery appears to be the only option. There is a house by the river just north of Little Hope, surprisingly clear of the undead, and perhaps a place I can fish for much-needed calories. Though even the single book I have read warns me of the poor yields during these cold months. But fuck it. Jules.
Enjoying the warmth and comfort of the home he had fought so hard to secure, Jules bolsters himself for the coming departure and prepares all the necessary materials for his desperate plan. Hoping this wouldn't be his last time puttering down the winding road to Little Hope, Jules aims himself back towards the storage units he had cleared previously, intent on collecting the various fishing gear he had initially left behind. Keeping his eyes fixated forward as the melted and rotten faces swish by his battered van, Jules isolates his heart from the terror of their endless numbers and diligently weaves towards his fragile salvation. Delighted to find his new safe haven devoid of the undead, he wastes no time in unloading the supplies he had prepared so that the rest of the dreary day could be utilized to its full potential. Gifted with one of the rare olive branches this cruel world still offered, Jules's untrained and clumsy skills secure him a thin catfish from the frigid water that he eagerly throws into a bland but filling soup. Crawling into his temporary bed for the first night still cloaked in his drenched clothing, Jules can't help but feel a slim amount of optimism after his first day, though his luck never held out. Facing a stiff wind and worrying snowflakes as he trudges towards the river in the early morning, Jules already misses the crackling heat of his wood stove as he lingers in the frozen mud. Checking the many traps he had spread out, Jules learns just how fragile they are as a thin layer of frost causes them to shred in his hands. Feeling the familiar and relentless growl of starvation settling in, Jules resorts to cooking and eating the microscopic fish before he returns to his numbing task. Hours pass as he stares across the slowly shifting tide of the river, his bobber rising and falling over and over again as the lack of a bite starts to drive Jules to madness. Finally turning in as the darkness of night settles around him, Jules hears the demoralizing growl of his rivals that demands one last effort from him before he can sleep. Buying himself even more time with a frustratingly small baitfish, Jules at least appreciates the relatively calm weather as he sets his sights back upon the river.
lost track of how many days I've been here. 3, maybe 4. Either way, I can't say that I'm bursting with joy or accomplishment. The only sizable fish I've seen were on the first day here. Since then, it's only been the tiny bait fish I've managed to snag in my nets. While their meager offerings are sustaining me, I'm worried that my nets will eventually break before I'm able to secure a true catch. I'm so tired. Emotions are rare at this point, as I practically feel kinship with the shambling dead that surround me. Jules.
Falling into a routine that was precarious at best and barely managing to keep him fed, Jules begins to question if this plan would be the wind he needed before another small bud of hope gives him the reinforcement he craved. Stuffing his stomach full of fish to the point of near bursting, Jules can only pray that he can keep this stream of calories going until he reverses his rapid weight loss. As his first fishing pole loses its line, Jules acknowledges the reality that his efforts weren't infinite. Though he was managing to snag a somewhat steady supply of food, his limited numbers of nets and poles would eventually force him to surrender. Just as I was about to praise the relatively calm weather, the wrath of our ironic god crawled over the horizon and drenched me in the reminder that this world is hell. It appears as though a rough storm is coming, and sadly I know that mustn't stop my pursuit of catching my desperately needed calories. Amongst all this bad news, there is the very seedlings of hope. More sizable fish have been wrenched from the cold grasp of the river, enough to keep me going. Hopefully enough to regain some of the insulating fat I have lost. Maybe tomorrow I'll get lucky and get struck down by lightning. Jules. Lacking the tireless pursuers that had kept his mind occupied since the world had shattered, Jules is finally forced to face the slumbering emotions that had been lying in ambush at the base of his heart. Stood tall in an absolute downpour, he appreciates that his tears are lost amongst the trickles snaking down his face, as the neglected weight of loss and death poison his mind. Friends, family, companionship had all been torn away in an instant, being devoured by the monsters that puppeteer the husks of those who were once here, relentless and all-consuming. Eventually reminded of the lurking horrors he was hiding from, Jules almost welcomes the presented outlet, as his slowly returning strength gives him the confidence he needed to strike against the infected once more. For the first time in a long time, I woke up this morning with a full stomach and a body on the mend. Though there is a long road ahead of me to fully regain the essential weight I have lost, the first major steps have been taken. Today I plan on exploring back in the direction of the general store, both to stave off the ever-present threat of the undead, and also to try and gain access to the food and supplies still hiding there. Wish me luck. Jules. Fighting until he could see the overgrown rural store in the distance, Jules stumbles across a corrupted survivor that appeared to have clung to some of the forgotten treasures of the old world. Searching through his belongings, Jules finds an entire loaf of fresh bread, which he couldn't even fathom how the previous soul had gotten their hands on. Also securing sturdier clothing and a handful of other much-needed calories, Jules genuinely struggles to maintain his excitement as he discovers herbs and spices that would revitalize the water and fish stews he had been choking down. Returning home in potentially the highest spirits he had obtained since discovering Little Hope, Jules wastes no time in spreading out his bounty and indulging in the wonderful comfort of carbs that he'd been denied of for so long. Reinvigorated and discovering his smile once again, Jules willingly returns to the calm of the river and doesn't allow the growing setbacks to dampen his mood. Preparing a proper meal with another fresh catch, Jules shares a laugh with the dark void across the water as the light at the end of his incredibly arduous tunnel finally shines upon him. Marking another dawn with a few hours of fishing, Jules knows that his fate isn't to stay lashed to this shore for the rest of the day. His energy had returned, his fire reignited, and he was determined to cleave another victory from the rotten flesh of his many enemies. clearing a fraction of the gathered undead guarding the rural store, Jules makes the smart decision to use his ample time to return home once his body shows signs of weakness. With an almost steady source of food finally in his possession, Jules could pace himself with the lengthy project that would be freeing his next goal. Happy to dedicate the remaining hours of daylight to snatching more fish from the river, Jules gathers up more firewood before settling in for an evening of accomplishment. Frantically scrambling as the smell of charred flesh and burnt grass fill his lungs, Jules finds the once small flame spreading rapidly down the coast and towards the woods nearby. First trying to tear up the potential fuel, he desperately resorts to filling his cooking pot and dumping the murky water atop the flames. Each time he thinks he's nearly put it out, he finds another ember igniting amongst the dried weeds, causing his trembling hands to dunk the slippery container back into the river once more. After a full hour of messily combating the situation, Jules finally douses the last tendrils of fire and feels his heart settling for the first time since the unexpected attack. Though he manages to catch a fish in the limited light he had, Jules can't fully appreciate the small victory, as his mind still obsesses over his close brush with death.
Hubris. A word that could most certainly be my downfall, if I let it define me. Today was perhaps one of the closest calls with the undead that I experienced yet. Even through the thick mask that smothered my face, I could smell the death upon her breath as her face lunged for my own. If I had been a second slower, if there had been another, if her flaming body had gotten a grip around me, I wouldn't be writing in this journal. I had forgotten what panic and fear felt like. Too long I've been blanketed by the somber embrace of despair and defeat. Jules.
Partially recovered as he rises in the morning, Jules examines the amulet he had taken from the unfortunate survivor the other day. "My dearest Bobby" was engraved on the back, undoubtedly a gift from a lover that more than likely bolstered the ranks of the undead. Acknowledging that strays from the nearby horde could lead himself down Bobby's path, Jules prepares to dedicate his day to both revenge and security. Steadily making progress through the infected, Jules begins to notice a crack forming in his crowbar, but pays it no mind as his bloodlust keeps him focused. Spotting a small restaurant and a fishing shop amongst the shambling masses, Jules burns with a smoldering hope that fuels his weak and strained arms. Sneaking quickly in the back door, the kitchen only holds a bottle of olive oil, though Jules refuses to be disappointed as he instead sets his sights on the valuable fishing supplies. Faced with the reality that he had exhausted himself for the day, Jules smashes his shattering weapon into the growling corpses before retreating back towards his vehicle. Knowing there is now more to fight for than just the general store, Jules looks back at the small cluster of buildings with the knowledge that he will return tomorrow and finish what he started. Far less stressed than he had been previously, he stares out across the sparkling river and calms himself with the thought that his dwindling fishing supplies would be restored as soon as he fought his way inside. Catching another fish and indulging in the olive oil he had worked so hard to obtain, Jules allows a pulse of optimism to flow through him as the warmth of the fire and a full belly serve as signs of a sustainable situation. Finding his eyes wandering over Bobby's necklace once more, Jules vaguely remembers the map a longing lover had scribbled on. Perhaps Bobby had been making his way towards Riverside to reunite with his partner, or perhaps Jules was manifesting a connection to maintain his own sanity. Either way, he slips the jewelry over his slim neck as a reminder and shuffles off to sleep in his dark room in preparation for another day of relentless fighting. Waking up long before the sun, Jules feels a fire burning within him as he impatiently waits out the night and sets off to battle come the dawn. Hearing his blade snap as he plunges it one too many times into the undead, Jules reminds himself of the horrendous condition of his trusty crowbar and resorts to battling with a bread knife that feels like a wet noodle in his untrained hands. Weapons battered and bloodied, Jules tired and disgusting, he finally makes it into the fishing supply store and eagerly descends upon the shelves in victory. Confused, heartbroken, and stunned, Jules scans over the endless piles of useless toilet paper as his ragged feet subconsciously drag him back into the blood-filled air of the afternoon. Defeated in both body and soul, Jules looks across the carnage he had created and struggles to build up the strength to make it to the nearby general store. Cautiously looting the front of the building as a horde still lingers out the back, Jules does manage to procure a small variety of food from the disorganized shelves, though the snacks and beans couldn't fill the hole that the stolen fishing supplies had left. Sometimes words cannot express the devastation that clings to my heart. Every single day in this absolute fucking hellhole is one step forward and 3 tragic tumbles back. It's absurd. It's a cruel fucking joke. It can't be real. This can't be my life. I wish I had the energy or life within me to scream, but all I can manage is an angry scribble in mediocre handwriting. Maybe that horrendous creature should have sent me to my fiery grave. Jules. In harsh contrast to yesterday, Jules awakes feeling almost empty inside as he goes through the motions and steers himself once more in the direction of the general store. In all likelihood, the world would once again kick him while he was down, but limited options and extreme mental fatigue drove him to apathetically pursue his hollow goal. Making it to the second floor of the store, Jules' eyes show the faintest signs of life once more, as box after box contains food that he so desperately needs. Along with 2 fresh crowbars that could replace his now broken one, he was almost coming close to rectifying the loss of fishing supplies. Pulling his van into the now mostly clear site, Jules begins picking through the upstairs apartment and is not only rewarded with more food, but a piece of knowledge that softened the tragedy he had sustained. Now armed with the knowledge of crafting and repairing the nets he had watched crumple in his clumsy attempts at fishing, Jules is now equipped to sustain himself if his situation ever becomes truly desperate once more. Returning back to his temporary home, Jules recognizes that his time here has come to an end. Not only had he reversed the deadly weight loss that had plagued him, but he had cleaved through a large amount of the many threats that encircled his new source of food. Enjoying one last meal along the riverbank as night begins to settle in, Jules finally packs up his gear and throws it in his tired van before spending one last night in his secondary home. Prepared to make the arduous journey back to Little Hope, Jules scribbles down his hard-earned accomplishments before reaffirming his grip upon the steering wheel and rattling off into the encroaching dawn. Rolling up the comforting and familiar road to the station, Jules pulls into the welcome safety of his modest compound before getting to work unloading all his gathered supplies. Stripping off his blood-soaked layers in preparation for clearing some troublesome saplings, Jules is faced with his long-neglected appearance that he quickly rectifies before fully settling in.
I have returned from my adventure out to the river, and after it is all said and done, I think I can categorize it as a success. Though my food stores won't last here at Little Hope, I've begun to put on weight once more, and the ability to return to my fishing spot is now a powerful tool. Overall, I have secured time, which is what I will most likely need if I am to survive the harsher months of winter that are fast approaching. I feel ashamed of the last note I wrote. Though those vile words are resting in the house along the river, I regret putting them to paper. I do want to live. It's just hard. Jules.
With his mind finally free to focus on anything besides food for the first time in weeks, Jules wakes up to a feeling of emptiness he had all but ignored up until this point. His books, his previous life, and a wealth of powerful knowledge had all been taken away from him by fear and terror, but now he finally had both the strength and resolve to go retake what was rightfully his. Looking over his map of Riverside in the dim light of his bedroom, Jules marks down the various buildings he can remember as he begins to feel the uncertainty creeping into the depths of his heart. Up until now, he had only dispatched the dead he would consider strangers, but returning back to the school he had worked in would force him to confront shambling creatures with familiar faces. Still unsure of his ability to attack his previous neighbors, Jules uses the foggy hours of the morning to begin numbing himself to the sensation of crushing skulls and snuffing out the twisted mockeries of life. Filling his stomach one final time as the fog finally begins to clear, Jules no longer has an excuse to delay as he now fully sets his determined gaze towards his abandoned sanctuary. Making it to the outskirts of Riverside, Jules peers into the surprisingly sparse neighborhood before he spies the rolling migration of undead that warned of the lurking dangers still residing after the horde. Already spying familiar figures shambling by as he waits for them to pass, Jules reminds himself that the people they once were had been lost, and all that remained was giving them a true and lasting peace. Coming into view of the school he had dedicated so much of his life to, an agonizing pain grips his strained soul as he gazes over the crumbling bricks and the mindless monsters roaming the once vibrant schoolyard. Spying even more undead migrating further east, Jules waits out their slow trudge once more as he reinforces his composure in preparation for pushing inside. Suddenly faced with a wall of corrupted friends and co-workers, Jules' determination scatters as his frantic hands hurry him away from the horrific reality of what he must do. Spying that the sun hung low in the sky as he creates enough distance, he welcomes the excuse to not return to the school for today, and instead sets his sights on securing a temporary bed amongst the ghosts of this town. Wondering if he now claimed the bed of someone he once shared a smile with, Jules falls into an uneasy sleep to give his body the much-needed rest it required to get him through the trials of tomorrow. Approaching the rear door slowly and quietly, Jules can already spy a slow trickle of undead leaking from the shattered door of his building, making him already fear the numbers that must still reside inside. Clinging desperately to the knowledge that they would show him no mercy, Jules fights back the beginnings of tears as he scatters the brains of teachers and staff across the cold concrete. Having kept the bloodshed outside for as long as possible, Jules finally sprays rotten crimson across the white tiles of the cafeteria as the sanctity of his school now fully collapses. After not only clearing the undead within, but also the relentless creatures that sniffed out the spilled guts of their brethren, Jules is finally able to sneak into his library, though the once relaxing scent of books was now stained with the lingering stench of rot. Miraculously though, as he creeps ever closer to the first shelf, Jules spies his long-lost companions still dutifully holding their own against the destruction of this world. Wasting no time as he carefully fills his bags with the priceless harvest of information, Jules finally feels the stubborn void in his heart begin to fill as the hint of a truly lasting peace shows itself for the first time. Loading and unloading his precious books until his legs ached and his back stung, Jules finally fills the capacity of his van and promises to return for the tomes he's forced to leave behind. Now fighting his way back out of Riverside, Jules pulls his tired van onto the main road and acknowledges that his groggy eyes wouldn't get him back to Little Hope before night fell. Deciding to hunker down in the farmhouse he'd explored during his previous scouting, Jules knows that one last fight was required of him before he could rest, though the joy of having a van full of books gave him all the fuel he required. pristine truck that had been overtaken by weeds, Jules accepts the fact that his current van had been battered and beaten to the point of retirement. Transferring over the incredible haul of literature into the bed of the truck, Jules tucks away the vehicle that had more than likely saved his life, before giving the rural farmsteads one last glance before departing back to Little Hope. Beaming from ear to ear as he hears the familiar sound of his tires rolling over the coarse gravel road, Jules steers his new ride up the hill towards his station, as his mind begins to obsess over the potential library he could create. Knowing that the current layout of his home wouldn't allow for a room dedicated to his valuable books, Jules pulls his truck into his parking spot and prepares for the monumental task of organizing the haphazard collection of supplies he had gathered during his desperate survival. Forgive me for not informing you of my plans sooner, but I've been beginning to feel uneasy about putting my ideas to paper. Every time I do, the world routinely snuffs out my hope and scatters my will back into the wind. Anyway, I conquered a fear that had been long growing in my heart,
returning to Riverside. I had not set foot in the town since the outbreak, and that's been almost 5 months ago. 5 months. Has it really been that long? I'm losing focus once again. My biggest concern was for my library at the school. I couldn't imagine that it would stay organized and intact after the fall of the refugee camp, but perhaps I have a reason to thank the undead for once. They have no interest in literature, so my wonderful collection and carefully crafted system was almost immaculate upon my return. Sadly, I couldn't retrieve all my children, but at least I can sleep peacefully at night, knowing the rest are awaiting my return. Amongst my pamphlets, I found a guide on how to trap birds in a survival situation. From what I can gather, the area around Little Hope would be perfect for this tactic. We will soon see. Jules.
With the proper books read and the traps crafted, Jules rises early to have his first go at snagging a bird from the nearby forests. Though scrounging for wriggling bait as he walks and wrenching it free from the earth with a trowel, Jules prays that he can keep a steady enough supply to keep him fed. Leaving his traps be to see if his technique worked, Jules passes the time by collecting more firewood to get him through the winter. Hopeful that all his preparation would land him a hefty bird, Jules gulps down what he hopes to be his last canned meal for a while, before preparing himself an indulgent mocha in the warm embrace of his isolated home. Finally returning to check his traps, Jules can't contain the roaring fire in his heart as he spots and retrieves the 2 birds he had managed to snag. Somewhat sloppily managing to butcher them, he wastes no time in retrieving his roasting pan to prepare a meal he felt like he had worked a lifetime towards. Surrounded by the swirling wafts of wild garlic and cooked game, Jules fills his stomach to bursting as he stares out towards the thick woods that would provide him safe and priceless calories. Circling back to bait his traps one last time as the sun sinks towards the horizon, he prays that the morning would greet him with more birds and more hope. Finding himself fixating on his newest lifeline, Jules spends the entire day acquiring bait and feeding the traps so that the source of garlic-roasted delights could continue to fuel him forward. beliefs reaffirmed by the successes of his newest venture, Jules plunges himself into a more advanced book on carpentry, confident that more complicated structures would provide even more security and comfort. Rising on another chilly November morning, Jules falls into the routine of moving his feet towards his lucrative traps, but knows that his brief retreat from hell was over. Mind full of various concepts and theories centered around structures and furniture, Jules knew that his literature had reached its limits, and now was the time to blunder through the process of learning by hand. Rolling down the quiet and brisk hill of Little Hope, Jules decides that the safest place to test his new skills would be the trailer park he had turned into a ghost town not too long ago. Pulling into the park of overgrown buildings and shattered doors, Jules almost feels like an intruder in this now forgotten community as he plans to strip it of not only its dead, but the very comforts that it still held within its flimsy walls. Uncertain which home had belonged to Marcus, Jules suppresses the idea that he may have desecrated the home of the man who saved him, and instead cloaks his mind in the obsession of honing and perfecting his new skill. Hammering and sawing late into the night, Jules spots the small flakes of snow drifting lazily towards the ground outside, and decides it's time to rest and recover his aching muscles in the precarious sanctuary he had previously established. Waking up to the sight of snow still falling, Jules shudders in the persistent cold before he stirs his body forward and rejects the emotions still attempting to penetrate his sheltered mind. Finally confident he had branded his new knowledge into his brain with hard labor and persistence, Jules loads up a few nicer pieces of furniture and steers his heart and soul back towards Little Hope. Eyeing the accumulating snow both on the ground and the gnarled limbs of the lifeless trees, Jules once again wraps himself in the safety of his sanctuary before distracting his mind once more with everything that needed doing.
Quiet. It's an odd word to use in a situation I find myself in. The last time I can remember my mind being so still was in the late evenings after school, where I was left alone in my library. My life, which I suppose is what I can call this now, has been so relentlessly demanding that I had almost forgotten what it was like to relax. Though I imagine most people wouldn't describe crunching through the snow and hammering together crates as easygoing, this much-needed relief is the easiest my life has been since the country club. I'm going to go curl up by the fire with a good book. Jules.
Having lost himself in the stubborn tendrils of the written word the previous night, Jules awakes with the reminder that his precious collection had only been half secured. Though freeing his children from the clutches of the undead meant to return to Riverside, Jules felt a foreign pulse of confidence following all the successes he had so recently achieved. If he could make it this far despite the world lashing out at him at every turn, then nothing would be able to stop him from rescuing what he cherished most. Slipping on the bloodied and soaked bulletproof vest he had claimed from the undead, Jules savors a final bite of his accomplishments before fortifying his resolve for the expedition back into town. Pulling back into the scene where he had spilled so much blood before, Jules' eyes glaze over with a layer of apathy before he dispatches the shambling corpse of a student with no more than a muffled grunt. Shuffling his deft feet across the stained linoleum floor, Jules makes it back to the room he had held so dear in his heart before he begins the careful and slow process of packing up his many friends. Grabbing 2 shelves to help begin his library up at the station, Jules decides to scout out the nearby grocery store to see if slipping inside was at all possible. As if the undead could sense his intent, he watches in agitation and rage as the deceptively clever creatures stumble towards the Gigamart in waves that Jules couldn't stomach to face at the moment. Resigning instead to loot some of the nearby homes, Jules mutters bitterly against the thick mask covering his face, half convinced that some sadistic god was observing him from above and toying with him gleefully. Coming across a shotgun in one of the larger homes, Jules is reminded of the tactic he had cast aside at the start of the outbreak, but now wonders if his situation called for a more disruptive solution. Recalling the many debates he had engaged in with Kevin about using firearms against the swarms of undead, Jules finds himself now defeating his previous arguments with the violent wisdom he had gained during his fight for survival. Still conflicted on the issue as he pulls back into Little Hope, he uses the excuse of limited ammo to put the matter to rest, so that his mind and body can settle back into the routine he was quickly establishing in his welcome isolation. Waking up eagerly to the chirp of his alarm, Jules is filled with an excitement he hadn't felt in quite some time as the day had finally arrived to begin organizing his new library. Setting up rain collectors beneath the overhang of his station and adding the finishing touches to his reading corner, Jules pries himself away from his rescued collection to once again dig in the dirt and tend to the traps that kept him alive and moving forward. Happily flipping through the beloved pages of his books as he lets another roast cook in the wood stove, Jules momentarily dreams of locking himself inside of Little Hope forever, but knows in the depths of his heart that the nightmare outside his walls would never let him rest for long. Trudging out into the cold darkness one final time to retrieve the plunder of calories and food, Jules slinks back into the accommodating kitchen where he rests his head and ponders on what tomorrow might bring. Waking up to another brisk November morning, Jules prepares himself to leave the safety of his home after checking his traps, finally grateful to have both the time and the energy to pursue projects he had neglected. While foraging for more bait on his way back to Little Hope, Jules's pants are snagged on a bristled limb before the distinct heat of pain races up his leg. Gently limping back to his shelter, Jules is more annoyed than anything, as he already acknowledges that departing his home now would be foolish or potentially deadly. Stubbornly forcing himself to begin maintaining his yard, the persistent discomfort reminds him of the infected injuries he had sustained during his flight from the country club. Now paranoid that the untreated wound might fester, he fusses in the dim bathroom of the station to disinfect a handful of bandages before properly treating his wound and scrubbing his flesh. Resigned to his hilltop for the rest of the day, Jules makes the most of digging through the dirt and trapping more protein before burying himself in the comfort of more knowledge and a crackling fire. Excitedly rising in the morning to an acceptable level of pain, Jules wastes no time in preparing for his departure, determined to make up for the time that had been taken from him yesterday. Deciding to investigate the other end of Riverside to scout out both the police and gas station, Jules also holds out hope that he might possibly make it back to his real home on the edge of town. Using the lengthy drive to harden his resolve for the coming bloodshed, Jules once again reminds himself of the lost humanity of the shambling monsters that impede his route. Witnessing another migration across the shabby fields outside the local bar, Jules parks his truck in the abandoned lot and readies himself with a final nod. Trying to sneak around the larger hordes and piled up cars, Jules finds himself surrounded by surprisingly reasonable numbers that cause him to choose a slow and methodical approach. Ignoring the mounting storm as he cleaves his way to the station, Jules dispatches the two final occupants before he scrounges for a key amongst the dead. Scavenging what was left of the ammo in the armory, Jules suspects that the majority of it had been allocated during the outbreak, as every cabinet and locker fills him with lingering disappointment. Shifting his attention over to the gas station, he stuffs his bag with all the junk food and dusty pamphlets he could hold, happy to at least have something to show for the many dead left in his wake. Stopping by a general market on his way back to the bar, Jules recognizes the fading light and growing storm as a sign to shelter within Riverside for the night. Saving himself from the freezing and relentless rain as he shuffles into the empty bar, Jules decides it was as good a place as any to rest his head as his legs ached and his mind grew fuzzy. While the dingy back room couldn't compare to the cozy nest he had erected in Little Hope, the quiet darkness offered enough comfort to lull Jules into a precarious sleep. Stepping out into a crisp and serene landscape as the morning is blanketed in a fresh layer of gathering snow, Jules decides that his journey wasn't complete until he made the small trek to his nearby house, an abandoned home. Surprised to find the quiet structure completely untouched by the dead, Jules has only a moment of peace before the world denies him any respite. Retrieving a few of his favorite books from the shelf, Jules spots a forgotten CD still wrapped in shimmering plastic, an unappreciated gift he had received from one of his kinder co-workers. Tucking his father's painting under his arm, Jules takes one last glance over his undisturbed residence before casting himself back out into the now wet and dreary world. Grappling with a mixture of accomplishment and sadness as he fights his way back towards his truck, Jules is caught off guard by the swell of emotion following the briefest interaction with his old life. Though he now possessed some of his most cherished items in all the world, he still couldn't shake the overwhelming loss that came with isolation and silence. What should have been a triumphant mission now only served as a reminder of Jules's futility. He could continue to squirrel away more and more items and belongings in his cluttered nest, but no amount of books or supplies could offer the social necessity that the lone survivor was missing. Quickly distracting himself from the sorrow swirling in his head by organizing the many goods he had come home with, Jules hangs up the lakeside painting above his bed and continues to busy himself with diminishing effectiveness. While waiting for his roast to cook and watching the sky darken outside, Jules' crippling curiosity gets the better of him as he retrieves the fresh disc from his library and inserts it into a CD player to finally break the silence.
Every moment, every hour, every day, my heart fills with love for you and only you. Each time an autumn leaf falls, I think of you. Each time a new snowflake falls, I dream of you. When all the young birds sing, or the church bell rings, when the eagle flies or the little lamb cries, I think of you and only you.
Waking up with his pillow stained with the grimy tears that rolled off his cheeks, Jules feels as though his heart has been cast into a void of aching pain and hopelessness. Lashing out into the darkness for any sort of relief, his mind recalls the map and the locket that resonated the love and connection that the song had embodied. It was clear as day to Jules now, his new purpose, the one thing that would help alleviate the wrenching pain inside his chest. He had to complete Bobby's journey and return his necklace to the place where their love was the purest. Aware that this mission would be no simple task, and still vulnerable to the volatile emotions roaring around his heart, Jules finally rests the heavy weight of a firearm in his hands and plans on familiarizing himself with a deadly tool he had avoided for so long. Shoulders stinging after only 2 blasts, Jules can't stop his hands from trembling as his nerves attempt to overwhelm him, but the vile and rotten faces of his enemies force him to push past his many barriers. Saturated with adrenaline, and feeling as though his skin was squirming across his body with thrill and terror, Jules directs himself towards a nuisance that had been lingering far too long in his path. Hands practically numb after pulling back the trigger enough times to leave a throbbing bruise upon his shoulder, Jules darts his attentive gaze over the carnage he had created, and can feel nothing besides victory and satisfaction.
Every corpse that littered the ground only represented another threat removed from this world. Though they tried to mimic humanity with the empty flesh they controlled, Jules now knew that these abominations were nothing more than parasites and death. Hands still tingling as he tries to avoid a walker blocking the road, Jules slams into a light pole and cracks the windshield with his forehead, leaving him battered and resentful. Laying out and admiring the new destructive weapon he had put through its paces, Jules counts over the handful of shells he has remaining, before finally feeling a sense of calm working its way back over his troubled mind. As I say goodbye to the final days of November, I am faced with the reality of my loneliness and my loss of purpose. Just hearing another voice, even through the cheap speakers of the CD player, was enough to cut through the wall I had constructed and stab at my heart. I don't want to be alone, but I have to. People are a danger. People are a liability, but people provide purpose. I find myself thumbing over the engraved necklace I picked up from Bobby along the river as I drift off to sleep. My nights are full of dreams where my mind tries to recreate even a shadow of the love he must have felt. That's all that's left. Shadows and dreams. Jules. Still feeling the bruise aching across his shoulder from yesterday's exploration into firearms, Jules decides to give his body a day to recover before delving into Riverside in pursuit of fulfilling Bobby's mission. Taking advantage of the relative warmth of the last day of November, Jules scrapes bait from the earth, while also preparing the site for his garden in the spring. Still endlessly grateful for the source of food he had established at Little Hope, Jules reflects back on the desperate slaughter he used to partake in just for a can of sardines. Now his body could be nourished with only the spilled blood of a handful of birds. Feeling energized with a full stomach, the content survivor once again turns his attention towards his future garden, deciding to construct a rudimentary fence with his slowly progressing carpentry skills. Preparing himself one last garlic roasted dinner as his day of recovery begins to wind down, Jules attempts to distract himself from an uneasy feeling beginning to creep in at the base of his heart. Not only would he be striking at the heart of Riverside tomorrow, but the fragile hope of achieving something meaningful in this rotten world was beginning to show cracks. Not wanting to entertain the idea of disappointment, Jules loses himself in yet another book before eventually drifting off into a restless sleep. Procrastinating one final time by shaving his unkempt beard, Jules meets the bitterly cold morning of December by gathering extra supplies and arming himself with a pistol that felt like an anchor on his hip. Marking his destination on his map and stuffing his face with a final warm meal, Jules strides out into the harsh winds atop his hill and sets off from his sanctuary. Testing his new weapon on a horde that had gathered near the trailer park, Jules is gifted a small amount of confidence that fuels his determination forward. Witnessing a migration accumulating at the first intersection, Jules watches with a steely gaze as he fully acknowledges what he must do. gunning down and caving in the skulls of shadows that once claimed to be his neighbors. Jules barely registers the carnage he had draped his town in as his fixation on reaching the motel becomes all-consuming. Picking at the corpse of Riverside as he slowly clears the streets of undead, Jules realizes that the familiarity he once held for this place had been tainted. Overgrown yards, shattered windows, and crumbling buildings distorted the memories that he held, leaving only an unrecognizable ghost town that Jules moved through like a wraith of death. Having cleared out the post office as the overcast sky begins to turn black, Jules decides to shelter in the relative safety for the night before seeing his mission through in the morning. Nibbling on the cold food in the dim corner of the loading bay, Jules idly wonders if he was indeed the last person on this forsaken earth. If others were out there, they were surely living the same lonely life that he was, keeping themselves alive for the simple sake of surviving. Waking up before the sun to an uncomfortable pain in his neck, Jules shivers gently at the cold creeping through the building before he warms up his muscles by exploring the storage room at the end of the hall. Greeted with another large supply of literature and books, Jules' ravenous mind delights at the thought of rescuing them, but first must see his initial task through. Finally making it to the second story of the motel, he spots room 208 across the way as he feels a sense of relief and excitement mounting in his soul. Pulling open the door and quickly dispatching the lurking undead that lunge towards him, Jules' mind already begins to unravel as he's faced with the fact that the room is already occupied by an infected couple. Unable to let go of the fantasy he had built up in his head, he clears the cold room before desperately examining the pair with a closer look. Dragging the two dead lovers back inside, a brief glimmer of hope ignites as Jules finds a necklace that is almost identical to the one he'd procured from Bobby, but the lack of any engraving and the small differences when laid out side by side confirms what Jules already knew. This was not Bobby's lover. This was not the righteous mission Jules had clung to for purpose. This was simply another tragic story amongst the mountainous pile that had accumulated in this hellish world. Watching the gentle snowflakes melt away into the rippling surface of the river, Jules can't suppress the rising grief building up inside of him, and the growing desire to lash out at the monsters that continue to take every shred of hope from him. Convincing himself he would load up the books he had discovered and make his way back to Little Hope, Jules eventually succumbs to the fury blazing within his heart and becomes a victim of mindless rage. Drenched in blood and sweat, Jules cleaves a gory path to a place he had spent a great deal of time before the world had shattered and cast him adrift. Scanning over the quiet and undisturbed shelves of the bookstore, Jules doesn't dare to soil the many volumes with his crimson hands, as the peaceful bubble highlights the monster he had become. Sniffling back tears as he begins to feel ill maneuvering down the bloody street he had crafted, Jules emphasizes with the many empty shells he had killed, feeling a hollowness within him that causes his heart to ache and shatter. Robotically steering his new ride through the darkness that had descended upon him, the broken survivor makes his way back towards Little Hope as his mind frantically tries to justify all that had happened. Forcing his mind to settle with an entire bottle of bourbon before collapsing into bed, Jules prays that his internal torment would relent after a good sleep. Still haunted by the day prior as he wakes up late in the morning, Jules tries uselessly to wash away the sins that plagued him, but was only rewarded with murky water and drenched clothing. I don't know what to write at this point. It honestly seems pointless to keep records of my tragic existence. It appears the lover who had left the map had found her partner, though the reunion only led both of them twisting into monsters together. Bobby's lover is now a mystery, the course I wish to carry out in his name now vague and aimless. I don't know why I push forward anymore. I'm sorry, Marcus. Jules. Mindlessly going through the motions as he struggles to latch onto a reason to continue, Jules phases through the rest of his day in a haze, before both his mind and body drawn back towards a troubled slumber. Slowly opening his eyes to another morning's snow, Jules shuffles through the dark rooms inside of Little Hope, unable to shake the hole he still felt festering inside of him. Following the pattern that now dominated his life, Jules longs to feel anything to distract him from his despair, pointing him back in the direction of Riverside once more. Though all that awaited him was danger and death, Jules couldn't stand another silent day atop his hill. Annoyingly only finding peace as he makes his first stop at the bait shop just outside town, Jules wastes no time in loading up his truck before plunging further down the main street. Deciding to fill his new ride to the brim with neglected books in need of rescue, Jules doesn't flinch as he faces down a handful of the mindless undead. Loading up a sizable collection along with 3 of the sturdy bookshelves, Jules is satisfied with his fresh acquisition and begins to explore the other stores nearby as the day turns wet and miserable. Discovering businesses still harboring infected creatures, the pit in Jules' soul is briefly forgotten as he raises up his crowbar and focuses in on the battle ahead. Propped up by adrenaline and the brief high of cleansing more real estate from the undead, Jules recognizes that none of the shops he had cleared held any value, and moves to investigate the ones further up the street. Stumbling across a grocery store at the corner of the main strip, Jules is suddenly faced with the reality of how far he'd come and just how much of his progress he had taken for granted. As he stuffs his bag full of cans, dried beans, and pasta, each large bundle of calories serves as a direct reminder of how desperate the starving survivor once was and how privileged he was now in his misery. Unloading his first haul into the truck, Jules recognizes the failing light, but can't bring himself to head towards Little Hope now, as a painful but essential source of stability stares him right in the face. Having filled several bags full of goods and pushing his truck to near bursting, Jules wears a rare smile as his tired body crawls into the driver's seat and sets off for home. Parking his truck in preparation for unloading in the morning, Jules drags himself to bed as his mind wrestles with the knowledge that his mental health posed just as much danger to his survival as the growling monsters that dominated this world. Firmly locked inside his own mind as he finds one of his traps shattered in the clearing, Jules turns his full attention to unloading the many treasures he had returned home with, while working through the solution to his current internal roadblock. Mostly completing his comfortable library and cramming the shelves with books until they sagged, Jules happily discovers the quickly diminishing space inside his cupboards as he squirrels away his valuable calories. Cooking up a hearty pasta supplemented by the protein from his birds, Jules flicks through the many new titles he had secured from the bookstore and finds that one has snagged itself inside his mind. Life is tremendous. Jules remembers scoffing at it when he tucked it into his bag in Riverside, but now the comical contrast of the title caused him to wonder if it had something to offer besides a cheap laugh. Finding himself fully entrenched in the pages as the light of the day fades, Jules stumbles across a quote that finally chips away at the hole inside his heart. Things don't go wrong and break your heart so you can become bitter and give up. They happen to break you down and build you up so you can be all that you were intended to be. Scarfing down the rest of his pasta as he mulls over the insightful words, Jules wonders if this was somehow a trial meant for him to overcome, to prove the inner strength that he held despite his previously meek existence. I relied on the strength and compassion of Marcus. I relied on desperation and starvation as winter loomed. I relied on a false love story to give me purpose when my direction was lost. It's time I stopped relying on the world, because the world has only provided me with disappointment. It's time I relied on myself and the man that's been exposed through these harsh trials. Jules. Acknowledging the strength that had been forged within him, Jules rises with an unbreakable determination that was fueled entirely by himself. Knowing that the shadow and guilt of his past weighed on him too much to continue neglecting, his sights are set on the dreary grounds that he had fled from all those months ago. Unsure of what awaited him, but confident he would be able to overcome it, Jules prepares for several days away from his home, as he makes the commitment not to return until his mission is seen through. Pulling out onto the main road as the foggy morning drapes around him, Jules stares down the blurry street and cherishes the addictive sensation of finally being proactive. Knowing he'll need the entire route clear for his plans, Jules doesn't spare any of the shambling husks occupying the pavement as he scatters their rotten souls across the ground. Realizing just how effective he had become at dishing out death, the hardened and tested survivor doesn't recognize the sniveling weakling that had crawled through these very woods before. Growing closer to the main entrance as the morning fog clears, Jules begins to squint at the disfigured faces of the infected, starting the unpleasant process of finding his lost companions. Discerning that there were far fewer undead than when he had last probed the country club, Jules fears that his targets might have migrated during his lengthy absence, but still pushes towards the main building with precarious hope. Struggling with the quiet as he pulls in front of the building that held a mountain of painful memories, Jules tries his best to suppress the haunting echoes that roll out of the shattered windows and across the overgrown lawn. Delight, horror, and disgust all grip Jules in an instant as the first familiar face shambles from the dark hallway. Though half her features were ripped and torn, Jules recognizes the empty shell of Kathy Martin as the monster inside wills her ever forward. Finally freeing her from the torment she endured, Jules feels the beginnings of relief working towards his soul, though the immediate pain and heartache was undeniable as he loads her in his truck. Beginning to clear out what remained of the horde inside, Jules wouldn't be satisfied until he found Kathy's husband Greg and Marcus, the man that Jules could never repay. Finding the building worryingly empty, Jules feels his perseverance being tested, but all it did was expose the iron will he had discovered within himself. Sleeping in the staff room to avoid having to face the bedrooms the group had occupied, Jules finally clears the rest of the large structure as winter's brutal chill drifts through the corridors. Stumbling across Marcus's truck in the parking lot behind the building, Jules briefly sits inside and is faced with the stubborn scent of the heroic outdoorsman. Finally aiming his search outside into the surrounding buildings, Jules spots a corpse being reclaimed by the earth before a sliver of recognition comes from the now faded and bloody clothing. Staring down at the now rotting face of the man who had saved his life, Jules focuses in on the obvious bullet hole located clearly on his sunken forehead. Wondering if this had been the work of Kevin, as the now weary survivor scans across the dim landscape, Jules eventually accepts that another one of his goals had been found and starts wrenching the fragile corpse free from the frozen earth. Loading Marcus into the back of his truck, and thankful of the freezing temperature for once, Jules doesn't give up his hunt as his last companion remains lost. Discovering another dispatched creature heading away from the building, Jules is confident that he wasn't the first to return here, but judges by the state of the bodies that Kevin had been long gone. Growing tired of searching on foot, Jules settles into the seat of his truck before happening upon a small pocket of the patient dead. While clearing the gathering along the road, Jules's dull eyes scan over a pale face and a denim jacket that he knew all too well, identifying the final companion he had failed and come to rescue. With the entirety of his guilt loaded into the back of his vehicle, Jules begins to hunt through the conversations with Mr. and Mrs. Martin, trying his best to recall any details they had brought up about their home. They had mentioned that it wasn't far and was somewhere north of Ekron, but those two facts did little to narrow down the tedious search Jules now faced. Having reached Ekron proper, and realizing that he must have missed their isolated farm, Jules lights up momentarily as he spots a bookstore silently waiting along the road. Searching over the many abundant shelves, Jules' gaze flicks over a manual that he'd all but forgotten about until the title burned into his mind. Excited to see his power return once he made it back to Little Hope, Jules doesn't lose focus on the task at hand as he mounts back up and continues his desperate exploration. Growing frustrated as he backtracks to the road he'd neglected due to the wandering horde, Jules suspects that this had been his destination all along, before slipping his pistol from his holster and venting his agitation. Smiling as he spots the overgrown home through a cracked windshield, Jules grows confident he had finally found the Martins' residence before making his way inside to confirm. Knowing his assumption was correct, as he discovers a polished pair of boots in the closet, Jules thinks back to the many times Greg grumbled about leaving his cherished footwear behind. Tired and content as he grew closer and closer to putting his demons to rest, Jules tucks himself away in what he assumed was their daughter's room, and idly wonders what her fate had been within Louisville. Etching their names into the rudimentary crosses he had constructed, and honoring their memory with Greg's boots and Kathy's favorite cookbook, Jules takes a long and final look over the resting place of those he had failed. Freeing a friendly-looking gnome from a thicket of overgrown bushes, Jules spends the final hours of the morning claiming a few pieces of furniture before departing the Martins' farm once and for all. Spurring his dutiful truck back in the direction of Little Hope, Jules can't help but wonder what the Martins would think of him at this point. Would they be disappointed? Grateful? Understanding? Or perhaps, much like Jules, they wouldn't recognize the rugged and bloodied creature that the frail librarian had become. Growing closer and closer to his hilltop sanctuary, Jules' thoughts shifted to the last of his charges, still waiting in the back of his truck. Marcus was the one he had let down the most, the man that Jules owed everything to, but had no way of repaying. Briefly, Jules tries to convince himself that the former groundskeeper would be rightfully bitter and resentful towards him, but in all reality, Jules knew that Marcus's enormous heart wouldn't fathom it. In all likelihood, he probably would be proud of how far Jules had come, though the horrors and deeds that he'd been forced to do might have changed Marcus's final decision. Finally completing the task he had set out to do, Jules gazes over the quiet grave of Marcus as he silently begs for the man's forgiveness. If only Jules had possessed the courage he now knew, then Marcus wouldn't be blanketed in soil and snow. Partially freed from the weight of his guilt as Jules refocuses himself on survival, he finally is able to feed the empty generator behind his building before hearing the delightful rumble of the machine.
This is an automated broadcast from the Moon State of Refuge to all living souls within range. We have established a secure community with food, water, and electricity located southwest of Pattonwell Lake, Wisconsin. If you cannot reach us by your own means, broadcast on this frequency and alert us of your location. We are well supplied and willing to provide evac and transportation. This message will repeat at 600 hours, 1200 hours, and 1800 hours. Stay safe. You are not alone.
I feel as though I'm still in shock, so perhaps my words won't be as precise as I'd like them to be.
This is an automated broadcast from the Noon State of Refuge to all living souls within range. We have established a secure community.
But there was a broadcast on the radio from a place or a people that call themselves the Noon Cedar Refuge. From what I understand, they've set up a community somewhere in Wisconsin that they claim to be safe and secure. Claim is the essential word there. Perhaps the pessimism of this world has finally gotten to me, but I can't believe it to be true. The broadcast is set on a loop, which means it could be the lingering echoes of a people that are already gone.
This is an automated broadcast from the Noon State of Refuge to all living souls within range. We have
They've also requested that other survivors contact them on the same frequency, so I'm going to hold my tongue and wait to see if anyone else responds. If they are who they say they are, and there are other survivors out there ready to restart society, then maybe it's worth considering their offer. But until I can confirm what is true, I'm not giving up what I have fought so desperately for. Besides, winter is upon us. Leaving little hope to go wandering towards the shadow of a promise is both foolish and dangerous. It was good to hear yet another voice again, even if the person who recorded it is dead like all the rest.
This message will repeat at 600 hours, 1200 hours, and 1800 hours. Stay safe.
Not wanting to miss any response the broadcast might cause, Jules elects to stay atop his cozy hill and pluck away the various chores he could conjure.
Stay safe. You are not alone. If you cannot reach us by your own means, broadcast.
I've waited patiently by the radio for a couple days now, with nothing besides the automated broadcast to keep me company. I'm feeling more and more confident that my first instinct was correct, and this broadcast is simply a leftover remnant of a group that had tried to defy the immense pressure of this hellscape.
We are well supplied and willing to provide evac and transportation. This message will repeat 600 hours, 1200 hours, and 1800 hours.
I have figured out how to repeat the signal through the station's equipment, so now I can at least check the broadcast on a walkie-talkie. I scrounged up.
This is an automated broadcast from the Nuna State of Refuge to all of...
Tomorrow I'm resuming the various projects I had put on hold. I must admit that part of me is glad no one else announced themselves over the radio. Either means they're correctly keeping themselves isolated, or there really is no one else out there. The other part of me feels heavy. Not sad, not angry, not depressed, just sluggish. It's hard not to be affected by the constant turmoil my life now provides. Jules.
Already feeling in a better mood as he rises to a day where he can feel productive once again, Jules listens into the broadcast one last time before departing Little Hope and driving himself towards the nearby trailer park. One of the luxuries he had finally bought himself was time, and with this precious resource, the knowledgeable survivor was once again going to hone his blossoming skills.
Automated broadcast from the Nuna State of Refuge to all living souls within range. We have established a secure community with food, water.
Listening in yet again to the gargled broadcast that he could recite at this point, Jules hefts a dusty TV from one of the homes and carries the immense source of entertainment to his truck. Still slicing through rusted metal and corroded pipes as the day comes to an end, Jules relishes in the accomplishment and pride of a hard day's work and finally feels as though his many efforts have tipped the scales. Knowing he hadn't reached the limit of his education as he rises before the dawn, Jules moves to the outskirts of the park where he's openly reminded of the horrors lurking amongst the trees.
Broadcast with this frequency and awareness of your movement.
Finally satisfied with his blistered hands and hardened experience, Jules packs up his worn tools and begins the journey back to his home with growing plans of renovation. Rolling into the monument of perseverance that was Little Hope, Jules doesn't shy away from recognizing the noticeable shift in his heart. No longer was he dominated by fear, terror, and guilt. Now he was driven by his own desires and his unbreakable will.
Stay safe. You are not alone.
Resting his head in the warm comfort of his room, Jules casts his groggy eyes over his home with a tired smile, eager to organize and enhance his modest space.
Still nothing to report on the radio. Every automated broadcast is met with the exact same silence that I've come to know over the past week. Now I'm simply waiting for whatever electricity their empty community runs off of to pitter out. Then at least this useless transmission will cease. Eventually, I might get around to figuring out the controls for this station, but the instruments here are beyond me, and there's no instruction manual to follow. Jules.
Having acknowledged his lack of VHSs for his newly acquired TV, Jules marks down a video store he had passed by many times on his way to work and selects the guarded location as his next target. Making the usual preparations for an incursion into Riverside, Jules lacks the familiar dread and uncertainty he had held when planning the trips that had come before. No longer did he see the undead as his neighbors, and no longer did he view their destruction as something to mourn. Now they were simply barriers in his path that he was more than prepared to remove.
Broadcast on this frequency and alert us to your location. We are well supplied and willing to provide evac and transportation.
Finally cleaving a path to the store's parking lot, Jules moves with the practiced ease at this point, as his battered and bent crowbar quietly drips blood and guts across the cold earth. Surprised to find the area so empty, Jules doesn't slack on his meticulous nature as he carefully checks and clears each room and nearby building. Stuffing another marked map in his pocket before pulling his truck up to the VHS store, Jules wastes no time in scooping the many plastic cases into his duffel bag and emptying each and every shelf. Finished with his first objective, the pleased survivor shifts his attention to a nearby liquor store, where he also leaves no item behind. Heaving the heavy bag into the back of his truck, Jules finally decides to look over the map he had swiped earlier, only to discover that the markings point towards a house that was just around the corner. Though the scribbled writing clearly warned for others to stay away, Jules didn't even consider heeding the words, as his curiosity and courage drove him directly towards the mysterious house. Slaughtering his way through the initial wall of flesh that stood in his path, Jules opts to finish the journey on foot, as the now lengthy day was beginning to take its toll on his strained body. Quietly making his way through the eerie neighborhood that had once been the homes of vibrant life, Jules peers through the failing light to spot the heavily boarded up residence at the end of the street. Finally making his way inside as he dispatches the single defender, Jules feels a spark of excitement as he finds a rifle case in the bedroom, before his further prodding reveals a cache of supplies he could barely comprehend. Securing the house as he comes to terms with the amount of food and weapons he had just discovered, Jules can only assume that the previous owner had been prepared for the world to crumble around them, though even their immense hoard of goods couldn't save them from the same outcome as all the rest. Condensing all the supplies into the bedroom as night sets in, Jules wonders if this was the ultimate fate of Little Hope, imagining some other ragged survivor happening upon Jules's forgotten sanctuary after the world had claimed him in one way or another. Shivering at the cold as he rises in the morning, Jules is eager to load up and make his way home, as the worries of last night fade with the rising sun.
This is an automated broadcast from the Noon Theater Refuge to all living souls within range. If you cannot reach us by your own means, broadcast on this frequency anywhere at your location. We have well supplied fuel to provide evac and transportation.
Rumbling up the hill to his station as the tranquil flakes of snow drifted by, Jules finds himself oddly comfortable in his current state. Though it felt almost taboo to admit it, Jules genuinely felt as though he had taken back control of his life. Now the only question that remained was what he was going to do with it. Immediately indulging in his haul from the VHS store, Jules devours tape after tape of a show called Woodcraft, which only stokes the embers of his growing carpentry obsession. Shaving back his overgrown beard once more, Jules's eyes wander to the neglected shower in the corner before his mind begins to construct a new and enticing plan. Returning to the trailer park to scrape together the necessary materials and skills, Jules already begins to fantasize about the possibilities opening up to him. It was time to clean up the clunkers he had dragged into his yard, Jules scavenges any last bits of knowledge he could from the worthless vehicles before preparing his new construction site. Finally seeing his first objective through, as he plumbs both the sink and the shower into the rain collection system he had pieced together, Jules smiles with rampant delight. Knowing he had one last bit of labor to finish before he could indulge in his first shower in months, Jules retrieves a respectable Christmas tree from the nearby woods and prepares for the coming holiday. Basking in the shower despite its freezing temperature, Jules feels more human than ever as he dries off next to his reliable wood stove. It's interesting what the human mind does to protect itself. With the arrival of Christmas just around the corner, I find myself thinking back to the last time I celebrated the honored holiday. Though it was only a year ago, it practically feels as if the memory I'm viewing is from an entirely different lifetime. The constant chatter of people, the relentless chiming of seasonal music, the images of smiling faces and ugly sweaters. It all is as real to me as the people I now watch on my television. It's impossible to imagine that the world will ever return to the way it once was, and perhaps that's why my mind is actively working to distance itself from the times that came before. Though I wasn't one for physical affection before the outbreak, it is strange to realize that I can't remember what it is like to embrace another person, to feel another living heart beating alongside my own. At least I still have the radio broadcast and its endlessly entertaining and reliant company, Jules. I suppose I asked for it, but in the grand scheme of things, I can't complain. The radio broadcast is now lost, as a particularly nasty blizzard has descended upon Little Hope. Even sheltered inside, the harsh winds and piercing cold force me to wear my most insulated clothing, but I can at least be thankful that I'm prepared enough to survive this. I also invited Martin inside, which is the name I've given the gnome I retrieved from the Martin's residence. Though I know it's a silly thing, I simply couldn't leave the smiling face exposed to the elements alone. At least now I'll have some company come Christmas, though I don't imagine we'll be having any insightful conversations anytime soon. Depending on how long this blizzard lasts, I might find myself writing in you once more. Jules. Beginning to work out to both keep himself warm and his mind busy, Jules finds himself reflecting on all the trials he had been through up until this point, and the fact they had left him fully prepared for such a devastating storm. Falling back on the comfort he had enjoyed before the outbreak, and finally having an excuse to justify the time it took, Jules begins the tedious but therapeutic process of organizing and cataloging the vast collection of knowledge he'd accumulated on his small hilltop.
It appears as though the storm has broken, and the dreary and bone-chilling rain of winter has returned. At least I can step outside now without feeling as though my fingers will shatter from my hands, which allows me to continue my efforts on expanding the modest space of Little Hope. Though it is slow going, I hope to use my improved carpentry skills to build an expansive garage, allowing me to begin training my hands at car repair despite the weather. Jules. Having made steady progress on his largest goal yet, Jules recognizes that some tools and items he needs are in his peaceful sanctuary, requiring him to prepare for an expedition back down the hill. Though he was no longer plagued with fear at the thought, Jules did find himself hesitant to leave the tranquil existence he had enjoyed for so long. Spending nearly a week straight without having to face the undead or absorb the dreary scenery of a shattered society left Jules in a false state of bliss that he sadly had to surrender. Gearing up for his supply run, Jules already feels a smothering blanket falling around his heart, dampening his emotions indiscriminately. Clearing the warehouse that he had frequented many times before, Jules begins to search through the dim chamber before he found the bags of plaster he was after. Using this time to also pick back over the contents of the crates, the experienced survivor utilizes his improved storage capacity in hopes of never having to return again.
Not done with his journey for the day, Jules arrives at the trailer park that was practically a second home before he begins to strip them even further. Arriving back at the comfort of Little Hope after a hard day of hauling materials and tools, Jules strips away his hardened shell layer by layer as he prepares to settle back into the cozy life he had built for himself. Rising early in the morning, and mostly recovered from his trip the previous day, Jules can barely take the time to feed himself, as his mind and body are itching to tackle the workload he had prepared for himself. able to complete all he wanted, but making significant progress, Jules looks out the growing garage as he settles in for the evening and prepares for the festivities of tomorrow.
It's Christmas. I think I can confidently say that Martin and I threw the best Christmas party in all of Knox County. Yes, sir. We started the day with some delicious pancakes, chocolate, butter, maple syrup, the works. Then we drank, we danced. Well, I danced. Martin is a little stiff. I gave Martin his gifts, a Spiffo plushie and a book with 101 icebreakers. I'm hoping he gets the hint. Anyway, heard the broadcast today. Guess they haven't heard about taking a holiday, but no news there. I gotta clean my toilet. Didn't keep all the pancakes down. Jules.
I guess this is what you'd call a Christmas miracle. This refuge shit actually real?
Yes, you're speaking with Tommy Reed of the NNR, and our broadcast and offers still stand. Can you please identify yourself and provide us with your location?
Shit, not even gonna wine and dine me first? Whoever had the manners in this country?
If you're genuine in your intent to join us, then we need to establish a baseline of communications and trust. Now again, please state your name and location.
Trust? Now that's a scarce fucking commodity these days. Huh. But I guess it can't hurt to at least introduce myself to you fine folk. Name's Kevin. Kevin Conaway.
It'll be several days before I can get a team to your location. Are you well supplied enough to wait that long?
Yeah, I reckon I won't starve by then.
Alright, I will hail you on this frequency the day before they are set to arrive, to provide details and confirmation.
Oh, don't worry. I'll make sure to dig up my Sunday best for you.
Kevin is alive. He contacted the Nisita Refuge over the radio. They've made a plan to pick him up from somewhere in Valley Station, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it. Is it even my place to do anything about it? I feel as if it is. But who's to say Kevin isn't looking for a new start? My stomach hurts. I feel uneasy. It's hard to sleep. I don't know what to do. What would Marcus have wanted? Jules. Sent adrift by the confirmation of Kevin's survival, Jules relies upon his established routine to keep him moving, as his mind endlessly grapples with itself. Though months had passed since he had last heard Kevin's voice, the sudden reappearance caused the now hardened survivor to feel small all over again. Finding himself back upon the road leading to the trailer park, Jules hopes that a day of hard work and labor would distract him from the current situation, but the quiet community only served as an echo chamber for his endlessly conflicting emotions. The Kevin he knew, the Kevin that had tried to kill him, couldn't possibly have good intentions for reaching out to the refuge, but who was Jules to say that Kevin was still the man he remembered? Unable to ignore that he himself served as the best example, Jules rightfully counters with the fact that he's far removed from the meek librarian he once was, and who's to say this world hadn't changed Kevin for the better. Alternatively, and far more likely in Jules's eyes, who is to say that this world hadn't quenched Kevin's already vindictive personality and twisted him into an even more grotesque monster than he had been originally? Frustratingly, all of this turmoil surrounded a group of people that Jules wasn't only removed from, but incredibly wary of. Was this virtuous broadcast the real deal? Were the people coming to retrieve Kevin truly full of righteous intentions? For all Jules knew, the team from the Cedar Refuge was an extermination squad. But what if they weren't? Jules considers warning them over the radio, but that would most certainly place Jules back on Kevin's radar, and even the bloodied survivors still feared the evil that he'd witnessed in Kevin. Trying to at least settle himself for the evening as he departs the trailer park, Jules manages to tap into some of his excitement as he reaches the mechanic shop down the road. Though it now seemed trivial beneath the looming shadow of Kevin, the garage Jules had dreamt about was coming closer and closer to being a reality. Plucking what he needed from the abandoned building and setting back off towards Little Hope, Jules begins to come to terms with his paralysis. A mixture of ignorance and uncertainty cemented his inaction, brought on by the fear of intervening where he shouldn't and the repercussions that could follow if Kevin was provoked. Resigning to simply spectating the interaction as it played out, Jules recommits himself to his current project with renewed focus as his hard-earned position provided the much-needed stability he required. Can't shake this dread that plagues my mind. My heart and my brain are in a constant struggle against one another, and I'm uncertain which will win out. I feel a sense of duty to track down Kevin. No, I want to track down Kevin. For revenge? For justice? Is that even warranted? That's assuming I even could. Who knows what could happen between Little Hope and Valley Station? Who knows what would happen if I did find Kevin? I'm trying to keep myself distracted, continuing my work and building up the garage, but I need to return to the country club, not only for supplies, but because I need to remove my soul from that dreaded place and move on. If I can't, then I don't know if I can let Kevin go. Jules. Re-entering the place where everything had gone so wrong, with nothing but Kevin on his mind, Jules finds his heart quickening, his muscles tightening, and a smoldering pit of hatred building in the pit of his stomach as he shuffles into his suppressed memories. Fueled by a mixture of pain and anger, Jules not only lashes out at the regret that haunts him like a shadow, but also at the very building that held his darkest memories. Unsatisfied with leaving any scrap of the room left standing, Jules begins to slice and cut through the rusted metal of the quiet kitchen as his nightmares continue to repeat behind his watery eyes. Stewing in his hatred as the hours of the day tick by, Jules is forced to pass the last remaining symbol of Marcus that still existed in this merciless world, the silent and unflinching vehicle nearly deafening Jules as he fought the many demons battling within himself. Deciding he couldn't leave the token of his savior to rot in an overgrown parking lot, Jules fuels up the reliable steed before urging the engine to life once more. Hitching one truck to another as the light begins to fade, Jules starts the tedious and arduous journey, winding his way back to Little Hope with his valuable cargo in tow. Knowing he won't get both trucks up the hill without thoroughly damaging one or the other, Jules leaves the pickup at the base of his road and plans on retrieving it once his body had recovered from the day. Rumbling up the gravel road in the early hours of the morning, Jules feels strangely comfortable in the chilly interior of Marcus's truck, almost feeling as if he wasn't alone for the first time in a long time. Wasting no time in having the new steed earn its keep, Jules fills up the bed with fresh timber for the garage as a day of diligence and sweat kicks into full gear.
This is NNR hailing Kevin Conway. Do you read me?
Haven't done much reading, but I can damn well hear you. Your boys on their way?
Yes, they'll meet you at the military checkpoint at the edge of the quarantine zone, on the road heading east from the Valley Station. The area has been cleared, so we request that you approach unarmed for our own safety.
Huh. Should I put my pants around my ankles and bend over for you too?
Those are the conditions for us to extract you, and my team will only hold their position until 1400 hours. The rest is up to you.
Alright, I'll see their bright and smiling faces come the morning.
The garage is practically complete, besides a fresh coat of paint and some final touches. It's a great feeling looking out the window from my kitchen to see something I've built from nothing. Much like everything I have within Little Hope, it was a mountain of effort, but the final result is always worth it. In the time I've been taking to organize my thoughts, I think I've finally brokered a peace between my heart and my mind. While retrieving Marcus's truck from the country club and driving the rugged vehicle up to my modest sanctuary, I was accompanied by the man I thought was gone. Though he only manifested in fleeting scents and quiet whispers, I knew Marcus was watching and telling me what I already knew. He would never want more violence, especially against his own flesh and blood, despite how justified that violence might be. Kevin is set to be retrieved by the NNR tomorrow, and I will silently wish him well on his new journey. Maybe he'll be an asset to this community. Maybe the loss of his brother humbled him. Either way, he will no longer be any concern of mine, and I shall focus on my own plans and goals. I am relieved to finally put this chapter of my life to rest, though I shall never forget it. Jules. Ready and eager to move past the conflict that had been dominating his life over the past several days, Jules happily returns to the well-forged routine he had crafted and putters away at the various chores surrounding his comfortable home. Though he knew that more plans and projects would need to be established to keep himself occupied, the stubbornly content survivor decides to leave that task for after Kevin's departure.
This is NNR, hailing Kevin Conaway. Have you made contact with the team?
The team? Oh, you mean these stupid bastards who were standing around with their thumbs up their asses? Yeah, I've seen them. Though someone's filled them full of holes.
What have you done? They were there to help you.
Help me? Nah, the way I see it, I'm helping you. I'm teaching you a lesson that this shit show should have taught you already. That you don't stick your necks out for... Oh, looks like one of the boys hasn't quite quit yet. There you go. Think our business is done. Appreciate the charitable donation to someone who isn't a spineless piece of trash. Over and out, dickbag.
Full of fury, and knowing what he now must do, Jules wastes no time in dumping out his maps and scanning over them for essential pieces of information he needed. Spying the bridge that would be the site of his quickly formulating plan, he finds an almost deranged smile crossing over his lips before he circles it with excitement. With the location confirmed, Jules lays out his minimal arsenal for examination and assembles the rifle that will end Kevin's life. I'm going to kill Kevin Conway. I knew what was going to happen. I knew what he was going to do, and I did nothing to stop it. I was too weak at the country club, but I don't have that excuse
any longer. I'm no longer the doormat I used to be, and I should have used my strength to save those men, but the legacy of mercy that Marcus left behind stayed my hand. No more. I will not apologize for ridding the world of scum. Jules. Prepping and loading up an extensive medical kit and a duffel bag full of food, Jules begins to formulate an essential list of supplies for his coming journey, though there were far more important preparations to attend to. Rising early in the morning, with a singular focus in mind, Jules dons the stained and bloody parka he'd relied on before retrieving his new rifle. Knowing that his plan could hinge on the success of a single shot, Jules acknowledges his inexperience and dedicates his day to hunting down and eliminating targets. Picturing Kevin's shaved head as he dispatches distant undead, Jules briefly worries that he wouldn't have the determination to pull the trigger when it came time, but simply replaying the final moments of his radio broadcast gave him all the reinforcement he needed. Beginning to grow sloppy with his shots as his shoulder throbs in pain, Jules realizes his day was done and returns to Little Hope with only the intention of resting and going out once more in the morning. Wanting to conserve ammo for his main rifle, Jules switches over to another he had secured before returning to a site where he'd already spilled oceans of blood.
despite spending the majority of the day blasting rounds downrange, Jules' confidence can only reach a certain level before the overwhelming fear of Kevin forces him to plateau. Accepting he had done all he could, Jules makes his way back home to enjoy a final evening of peace before the coming storm. Though I don't feel as confident as I would like with my aim, I think I have figured out a plan that will minimize the need to outgun my target. There's a bridge that he must cross if he leaves Valley Station heading south, and all I need to do is give him a reason to leave and hold my position there. One good shot is all it would take, then that monster will be gone for good. Tomorrow I'm leaving, and I might not return. Jules. Unable to sleep through the night as the anxiety of what's to come stirs him awake, Jules spends potentially his last morning in Little Hope with a heavy heart, but knows that he couldn't refuse the task he had been given. Locking up the gate and apologizing to Marcus a final time, Jules goes over the note he had left in his library, wondering who might stumble upon it if he didn't survive. If your name is Kevin, fuck you. If you're anyone else and you're reading this, then it means I didn't return. Feel free to stay here or take what you want. All I ask is that you don't fuss with my library, since I just managed to get it organized. If you are incredibly kind, which I imagine you aren't if you've made it this far, please leave my gnome Martin be. Finally, please respect the grave beside the fence line. I know you didn't know him, but a good man is buried there, and he deserves to rest in peace. Good luck, Jules. Setting off in the direction of West Point, Jules feels the full weight of what is to come as the pressure of the unknown begins to close in around him. The Jules from months ago would buckle at this point, feel the need to turn back, but that man who had been dominated by fear was gone, and only a truly hardened and wrathful survivor stood in his place. Spotting somewhat freshly painted signs along his drive, Jules pays the distraction no mind before urging Marcus's truck ever onwards towards the sprawl of West Point. Finding the roads too dense to navigate, Jules begrudgingly turns his direction around to forge a longer but safer path. Finally reaching the eastern side of West Point, Jules was surprised to discover the cold buildings sparsely populated by the stubborn infected. While it was by no means clear, something had undoubtedly drawn the swarms to the other side of the city. Reaching the bridge he had planned to use to ambush Kevin, Jules's relief turns to agitation as he sees it congested with battered cars and burnt wrecks. Wondering how anyone could be making it across the river at this point, leads him to the nearby train track, before the faint signs of tire tracks confirms his suspicions. Scoping out and assessing the new location to adjust his plans, Jules goes through the due diligence of securing the area before discovering a storage room that would serve perfectly as his base of operations. Not wanting to give Kevin the chance to escape, Jules spends the final hours of light dragging crates and dumpsters out to the tracks, making sure that his victim would be boxed in once the trap was sprung. With all his preparations in place, and his will firmly cemented in the intent to murder Kevin, Jules slumps in the creaky plastic of the cold chair and offers up the bait he knew Kevin couldn't resist.
This message will repeat at 600 hours, 1200 hours, and 1800 hours. Stay safe. You are not alone.
Hello. My name is Jules Wade. I need help. I'm injured, and I'm starving. I just heard your broadcast in the news van I'm sheltering in. You need to come get me. I'm just outside Riverside, Kentucky. How soon can you come? Hello? Please. Please. I need help. I'm going to die. Please.
Unable to truly sleep, Jules pulls himself from the depths of his own mind as the first signs of dawn creep beneath the nearby door. Double-checking both his firearms and the harsh beam of his flashlight, he takes a final steadying breath before striking out into the chilly winter morning. Finding a small pine to tuck himself into at the end of the bridge, Jules peers through the shaky scope as he envisions the image of Kevin racing towards him. Unsure how he might arrive, Jules was at least certain of one thing. Kevin was coming, and even if he rumbled across the bridge in a tank, Jules wasn't going to back down. Beginning to wonder if he would have to wait for a second day as a steady rain begins to pick up, Jules stubbornly refuses to give up hope until the last slivers of light slithered over the horizon.
Stop running, you fucking coward!
Jules, you pathetic fuck. You think you can kill me? You couldn't even save yourself.
I don't have to save me. I just have to fucking kill you.
Come on! Come and get me! You're hurt and killed one, Conway. You ain't killing another. I'm not letting you get away with murdering my fucking brother! I'll skin you alive, you...
Coming down off the intense rush of adrenaline that followed the killing of Jules's worst nightmare, the injured and ragged survivor finally began to feel the true pain mounting in his leg. Hissing and cursing as he drags himself into Kevin's car, Jules's bloody glove clumsily searches the interior before discovering a handful of dog tags clutched in his fist. Wanting nothing more than to shelter in the storage room he had slept in last night, Jules' heart sinks as he discovers the door shattered and his safety destroyed. Now realizing that this place would soon be swarming with undead following the chaotic gunfight, Jules swallows down the shooting pain in his right leg and loads his protesting body into Marcus's truck. Feeling his foot going numb against the pedal and his boot filling with blood, Jules peers through groggy eyes as he roars down the deserted road and lashes out desperately for a solution. Knowing he wasn't going to make it back to Little Hope in this state, the agonizing librarian searches his mind for another destination before the dull images of painted signs flash across his rattled brain. Fighting back the concern of the unknown, as he instinctively steers his ride in the direction of the mysterious symbols, Jules reluctantly admits that he has a slim amount of alternative options. Struggling up the gravel road and pulling into an overgrown community, Jules can easily recognize the lingering shadows of life despite his compromised state. Wobbling on his feet as he moves past the gate and into the yard, a spike of adrenaline serves to return some of Jules' faculties as he begins the agonizing process of clearing this mysterious home. Mostly hoping that he was safe, and deciding the generator would smoke out anyone still in hiding, Jules can no longer deny the excruciating hunk of metal lodged in his leg, and knows his ability to stay upright is quickly fading. Dragging himself into the upstairs bathroom in an attempt to limit his exposure, Jules finally strips off his bloody clothes to examine his soaked bandages before he plucks the tweezers from his first aid kit and goes to work. Fighting to stay awake while yanking his clothes over a hastily stitched wound, Jules stumbles his way across the hall and barricades himself in one of the bedrooms before the overwhelming urge to collapse overtakes him. Genuinely surprised to find himself alive in the morning, Jules stares at the dull walls that surround him before he forcefully urges his aching body from the comfort of the bed. Still uneasy about his surroundings and curious what he had stumbled across, Jules fights back the urge to stay hunkered down as he methodically scouts and checks the extent of the property. Discovering a half-rotten corpse hanging off the end of the dock, Jules is only faced with more questions as he tentatively assumes his security and heads back towards the main shelter to find answers. Beginning to piece together a story as he explores, Jules eventually comes across a pair of journals that he immediately dives into. It's been more than 2 weeks since the outbreak, and I feel as if I have found my own slice of heaven to escape to. Yesterday I set up a ham radio, and I'm going to begin broadcasting on it every morning to hopefully contact another survivor out there. Fuck who is ever in that goddamn helicopter, flapping about like some drunk bird of death. Power finally went out. Life just got a lot more difficult, and I can't exactly claim it was smooth sailing already. I'm filled with both joy and despair on this tremendous day. The pamphlet that I needed, the knowledge to get the power back on, it was so close for so long. I haven't felt the need to write in you for a while, which I'll call a victory for sure. Since my last entry, I've finally contacted someone on the radio. His name is Devin. He's just a kid, but at least it's someone to feel human with again. Writing in this always feels like defeat now, but something has happened to Devin, and I can't keep myself sane with all this silence. I don't know if I'll write in this journal again, or if I'll ever find my way back to this place. Devin's gone. The radio is trashed. I don't know what to do, but all I know is that I'm too much of a coward to check out of this fucking nightmare. Instead, I'm gonna show those undead fucks the true meaning of loss. If you're finding this journal after I'm gone, then I guess I should explain. I'm bitten. I can already feel the infection spreading, my skin tingling, my mind clouding. My last request, if you do find me dead, is to bury me in the grave I dug in the front yard. Please don't disturb the can of peaches. I know it's a silly request, but well, I guess it doesn't fucking mean anything anymore. I'm going to sleep, and I'm gonna go find a nice place to die. Good luck, Jamie. Digesting all he had learned from the chronicles of Jamie Nichols, Jules finds himself drying off by the fire as he pores over the scribbled records once more. Some aspect of hearing another survivor's struggles resonated with Jules more than any published book could ever dream to achieve, and that seed of emotion left Jules no choice in respecting Jamie's final wishes. Cursing at his bum leg and dousing the fires of pain with more pills, Jules marches back out towards the dock with the same determination that had gotten him this far.
honoring the grave with the addition of the worn helmet and vest Jules had found by the front door. The tired but content survivor finally lets his guard down and lets the evening pass in the comfort of Jamie's home. Knowing he had to return to Little Hope sooner rather than later, Jules takes the time to lay out Jamie's journals, along with his own note, before he begins to collect supplies from around the house. My name is Jules Wade. I came across this place on my way back home and sheltered here for a couple days. To anyone else who stumbles across what remains, I hope you take full advantage of the security provided by this place. I left plenty of supplies for anyone in need and honored the request of the previous occupant. Good luck. Be safe. Jules. Allowing himself one last afternoon of relaxation in his temporary home, Jules finds himself reflecting on all the various events and people that brought him to this strange place. There was now some sense of closure following the death of Kevin that Jules hadn't fully expected. Whether or not Jules had joined the ranks of being a monster, he couldn't deny that his soul felt lighter, his prospects seemed brighter, and for the first time since this nightmare had began, he felt hopeful for the future. Knowing that it was time to depart the shelter he had found along the river, Jules spends the morning gathering his things and taking one last look at the home of a fellow survivor before he sets his sight back in the direction of home. Pulling once more into the garage he had erected himself, Jules greets Little Hope with renewed appreciation as the evidence of his struggle and journey sprawled out all around him. This is Jules Wade, hailing NNR. Kevin Conway is dead. The monster that killed your men is gone. But I know that does nothing to bring them back.
You're right. That does mean nothing, especially since you're trying to lure us into another trap.
I don't blame you for thinking so, but I assure you my reason for reaching out is simply to help provide closure for those you lost. I have their dog tags: Daniel Burns, Trenton Burke, and Cameron R. something. I'm sorry, the last one is damaged.
Reed. Cameron Reed. I can't offer you anything unless you come to us and surrender yourself. Otherwise, I think our business is at an end.
I understand, and I don't want anything from you. Perhaps I'll consider making my way to you once spring comes and my leg heals, though I wouldn't mind hearing another voice from time to time.
I can't stop you from broadcasting on this frequency.
I'll take that. Again, I'm sorry. Your men weren't the only victims of Kevin.
Hopefully they're the last.
It's done. Kevin's dead. I know the full weight of his death hasn't quite worked its way through my soul, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel relieved overall. Though taking someone else's life was never something I thought I'd be capable of, there is no doubt in my mind that Kevin was a deserving target. It surprises me little that the NNR don't trust me, but perhaps with consistent communication and transparency, they'll come to accept my news as fact, if for no other reason than to let them know that their dead have been avenged. To their credit, they did make the offer of inviting me in if I made the trip up to Wisconsin, but I can't say that I'm all that enthused to leave little hope for such a reluctant ally. For now, I simply hope that the peace I have achieved will last, and the final days of winter will pass by without further incident. It'll be as if the world is born anew when spring comes, witnessing life blooming all around me once more. That would be nice. I'll make sure to document the feeling when the day comes. For now, I think I'm going to spend a few days reading, trapping birds, and conversating with my new friends. Hopefully Martin doesn't get jealous. Jules.